Okay, all right. Judge White, please come forward.
Madam Chairperson and
Yes.
members of the board, my name is Darrell White. I sometimes say I'm a recovering judge. I'm a retired judge. Still do sit. I was on the EBR juvenile court bench Tuesday, and it's my privilege to participate in this oath ceremony. And the oath will be taken on a replica of the Harlan Bible, which dates back to March of 1906. And every justice of the U.S. Supreme Court since that time, all the way to Ketanji Brown Jackson, have signed the flyleaf of that Bible. We own a replica of that Bible, and Ms. Emily has indicated her wish to have her oath taken on that Bible, but we also have a new Bible. This old one is over 100 years old. It's not published anymore. But this is a new Bible that is the same version, and it would be our honor to get it mocked up with the EBR, the proper language, in gold imprint to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, and have it dedicated formally, perhaps at a later date, to the school system.
Wow.
And,
First, thank you so much for that. You all please give him a hand. Number two, Judge White, I am a history teacher, so I want to see the other one up close and personal when we finish.
Indeed. Okay. I would say I'm going to pass around the signature pages, so you don't have to take my word on the signatures, but the Supreme Court, when they sold me these pictures, they said do not put it online or let pictures be taken of and so forth. So I want to continue to be under their authority, because that's the only way I'm going to get the successors' pictures, is if I respect their wishes. So let me pass it around. Some of you may have already seen this. Okay. Okay, so I'm ready. Do we have now I have it, I think, memorized, but does someone have yes, a copy of the oath ceremony? And as a point, Madam Chairperson, this would be of interest, I think, especially to you, to know that the prescribed language for the oath under Louisiana law, it is prescribed, but for federal judges and justices, it's prescribed as well. It's in 28 U.S. Code, Section 453, and that tracks Section 8 of the Judiciary Act of 1789. And it has been changed in one little small measure since then, but otherwise it's identical to the oath in 1789. And here is my constitutional question for all of y'all. I don't expect anyone to answer it, because it's a conundrum. It is a conundrum that Article 6 of the Constitution prescribes the necessity of an oath for lawmakers and the judges, and it says, and this is the way it ends, Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to hold office or public trust under the United States. That's in Article 6 of the Constitution, passed in 1787. But 2 years later, the Judiciary Act of 1789 passed, and it prescribed the oath for the federal justices and judges, and it mandatorily ends, so help me God. So there's never been a justice or a federal judge who have taken office in the United States of America without uttering those words. The reconciliation of those is in the fact that the Declaration of Independence is a law. It's the first of America's organic laws. It's in Volume 1, Patrick, of the United States Code Annotated. In Volume 1 of the United States Code, which maybe when you were in law school, if you were before the internet, it was the red books. And those red books number into I can't remember how many volumes. It cost $25,000 to buy a set of them. But volume one, would you get volume one is in that satchel right there. It has the organic laws of the United States. And the very first organic law of the United States is the Declaration of Independence. And I'm going to stop there. I could give you several very cogent reasons why the Declaration of Independence is a law. But it's a law because Congress said it's a law. And it's the very first of America's organic laws. And so the Supreme Court rightly said, we are a religious people whose institutions presuppose the existence of a supreme being. That's a direct quote from the Supreme Court of the United States. So,
Ready?
I'm ready. So, if you raise your right hand, place your left hand on the Bibles, and repeat after me. I, Emily Sula,
I, Emily Sule,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as a member of the school board, District 8,
as a member of the School Board, District 8,
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Group photo, if I may, please.
Here, I'm coming.
You want just a family or you want me?
Please get in there with them, Judge.
Your family member.
That's right. It's on the bottom now. Congratulations.
Again, congratulations to School Board Member Sule. Also, Judge White, thank you so much. What I will also share, I know that you're surrounded by friends and family, Judge White, but I've already told Interim Superintendent Smith that we need to get you in our law studies classes in our high schools so that way you can have those conversations with them. So thank you so much. What a treat. Thank you, thank you. All right, you all, as we prepare to Okay, still. As we prepare to get started with our parliamentary procedure workshop, it is 4:34. Our presenter just arrived. Let's give her a couple of minutes to kind of get herself settled. We know that there was a car accident at Falls Stern College. So if we can take a 5-minute recess, feel free to go and refresh yourselves, and we'll come back exactly at, let's say 4:40. 4:40 to be exact. Thank you.
this on?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. This officially begins our board workshop. Today is Thursday, April 11th, 2024. We're going to go ahead and call our series of meetings to order. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Michael Gode. Will lead the invocation. And Ms. Sule, if you will lead our Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Let us stand.
Heavenly Father, during your time here on earth, you admonished us all to bring the children to you and to help the children see God. Let us always remember that the children are in the forefront of everything that we do. Let us put aside the adult issues and focus on the things that really matter to our students, our staff, and our families. May this always be the forefront of our mind. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will now have a roll call.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. As we begin tonight, our discussion item or our workshop item tonight is on parliamentary procedure. And we do have a presentation from Ms. Nicole Learson, PRP. And this is with, I don't want to mispronounce the name of your company.
LLC.
Okay, N.A. Learson, LLC. So you all, thank you. First of all, thank you so much, Ms. Learson, for presenting to us today. After, I know our last meeting, we had an interesting end to our meeting with some items that were presented that had not been placed on the agenda. And then also I knew that we have a new school board member who is joining us for the first time tonight. I just felt like this was an appropriate time for us to have a parliamentary refresher. And also be able to ask the questions that we need to ask to make sure that we proceed forward with the rest of the year in a very organized manner. So, Ms. Learson, we turn it over to you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I have to say very quickly, I worked in the school board system for a while over at Broadmoor High, actually here in the office with a previous administration as well. And so it's wonderful to be back. So I'm just going to dive right into it. I know you probably want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about, but I think it's more important for me to start off with your needs. And since we only have a short amount of time, and typically when I do this training, I have 2 hours, we're going to get right into it. We're going to focus on just the foundational information about parliamentary procedure, some motions that you might be using, and some good information in terms of how to handle some things. Again, I want to leave time for questions, but I'll go as quickly as I can. All right. So parliamentary procedure is based on 3 foundational concepts. And the first is to do things decent and in order. And I think that you all, for the most part, understand that the main issue around this is making sure that you handle one question at a time, and that you're not people aren't speaking out of turn without being recognized by Madam Chair. The next concept after decent and in order is ensuring that you're being direct and effective. And parliamentary procedure is a tool that's meant to help you reduce unnecessary and circular discussion and bring items to action. While it's wonderful to discuss, at the end of the day, you want to take action, right? Because then you're moving forward. There's progress towards your vision and your mission for the EBR schools. And while it's good to discuss, we want to take things and move them into action and put you that much closer to meeting your mission and vision. And then the last concept is that it's participatory. Whether you have an opinion that is with the majority of the opinions in the room, or whether it's not, it really strives to ensure that every voice is heard in the decision-making and the deliberative process, and that everyone is engaged. But again, keeping in mind the 3 concepts of being direct and effective, as well as decent and in order, and certainly participatory. So what I did is I provided a copy for Madam Chair of the most recent copy of Robert's Rules of Order, the 12th edition that came out in 2021. Any person who functions as a parliamentarian or a chair should have that, because that's where you go for procedural issues when your policies and procedures are silent on certain things. The other book on the right, the left, the yellow book is much smaller and won't put you to sleep as quickly as this one. But it's one that you would use as a resource outside of the meeting, because it takes probably the things that you would experience in the meeting most frequently, and it breaks it down into language that you can understand in terms of what motion do I want to make, what am I trying to say, and what language do I need to use to accomplish that. So moving forward, I always like to talk about the hierarchy of governing documents very quickly. I have a set of your rules of procedure, right? And a lot of times when clients call me, they go, okay, Nicole, what does Robert say? And the first question I ask is, what do your rules say, your internal set of rules? And so the premise behind that is that you have to understand which set of rules holds the highest level of importance. Obviously, the law. As a public body, you follow Title 42, starting somewhere around Section 11 for the open meetings law, right? You follow the local regulations and statute, as well as the state statutes. After that, it's your internal set of bylaws, but in this case, you have your procedures that you follow. And then when those are silent, you go to Roberts, which is why Madam Chair and whoever functions as your parliamentarian, I would think your general counsel, should have a copy in order to refer to. So I just wanted to share that with you as we move on to, and we can go to the next slide, as we move on to what is the cornerstone of parliamentary procedure, and that's bringing motions to the floor. And the purpose of that is to introduce business. Now, I always have a caveat here with public bodies, which I do have a couple of clients who are public bodies as well. Typically, based on your agenda, you bring the item forth and you discuss it first. And then after public comment and discussion of the members, you then bring a motion. So that's a little bit different than, say, a homeowners association or a civic organization, whereas in the beginning, you make the motion first, which leads to then discussion. So this will be a little bit out of order for you, but keeping in mind you're a public body and this is how you typically operate, the steps are still the same, even if the order is not, okay? So after a member of the board has made a motion, another member seconds, just to indicate that there's somebody else in the room who thinks this is a good idea to take up our time, right? If there is no second, and typically with small boards, that's any board with less than 12 folks, a lot of times you can even forego that second if there's a sentiment in the room that we want to discuss this, right? But to be on the safe side, even with small boards, I always say ask for the second to ensure that.
May I interrupt you just for a moment?
Sure.
So I wanted to share with our board, when we introduce an item, we do take the motion and the second first, then we go into board comment, public comment, board comment, then a vote.
I love it. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful to hear. Okay, so then following along, a motion is made, which brings the business before the board. Then the second, and then the third step, which is important, is the presiding officer states the motion. They just simply restate it, right? They repeat it. And the purpose for that is, because what you hear a lot of times folks saying is so moved, and for the poor person taking the minutes, what did you move the word so? Or what is the motion, right? So the main thing that I tell presiding officers is repeat, repeat, repeat. So in this case, the presiding officers would say, it has been moved and seconded to, and you fill in the blank with whatever that motion is. It does another thing is, it gives the motion to you all the members. Prior to the chair saying, it is moved and seconded that, and you fill in the blank. If the maker of the motion wants to withdraw the motion, they can. They don't need permission from the board because they still own it. But the minute Madam Chair says it is moved and seconded, at that point, the motion now belongs to you. And nothing can be withdrawn, changed without your permission, okay? That's the important part of that step. Then you go into debate and discussion. And here's where I pause to say, typically, and working with the AG's office to get a clarification on how public comment is best, how it's best organized. Obviously, with a school board, you have public comment before each item, right? And that's actually something that I recommend to all of my other clients who are public bodies. It's only required for you, but I highly recommend it for them. So the first thing is public comment. And the AG's office says, and I don't have the citation in front of me, but basically it came out of the AG's office that public comment should be obviously before anything else. Now with the school, so in that instance, it would be public comment first and then school board member discussion after. Public comment is not meant to be a discourse or a conversation between the board and the public. Again, I'm going by what the AG's office has shared with me. It is the time for you all to listen to your constituents and help gather information to make an informed decision. So it's not a back and forth as much as it is a listening opportunity for you. Also, public comment should be relevant to that agenda item only. As Madam Chair, it is your responsibility to ensure order, that we do things decently in order, and public comment should be about whatever the pending item is, and only that. And typically I have a strategy where you can deal with that, and I can share that with you offline, but the most important thing is that the public comment remains with that item, okay? After public comment, then the board members discuss and debate, right? And board members, again, only. And then at that point, from discussion, you then put the question, which is to put it to a vote. And obviously, as a public body, there's no secret voting here, so you can do roll call, you can do show of hands or voice vote. And most importantly, after that, the chair announces the results of the vote. So for instance, In your policies here, it states that in order to add something to the agenda, if it's not by unanimous consent, I want to say, if it's not by unanimous consent, I think it's by 2/3 vote. So in a situation like 2/3 vote, right? In a situation where
Ms. Larison, I do apologize for interrupting again. I'm sure I probably should be saying point of information at this point, but Mr. Shamlin.
Yeah, I believe Ms. Larison was referring to, I hate to jump in, but to add an item not currently on the agenda, not previously
Correct.
advertised, requires unanimous vote of the board.
Okay, unanimous vote. Okay, so there is something in here, and I don't have the exact spot where I saw that a vote requires a 2/3 of the entire board, and I apologize that I didn't earmark it, but I bring that up to say this. When you announce the results of the vote, in particular, if it does require something higher, a higher voting threshold than the majority, it's important for you to announce. There is 2/3 in the affirmative, the motion carries, or the motion is adopted. When it's a simple majority, the ayes have it, or the yeses have it, or the affirmative vote has it, and the motion carries, or the negative vote has it, and the motion fails. You want, and then any next steps that are related to that motion, like we will send this to Mr. Shamlin to review the contract moving forward. The next item of business is, and then you move on. So those are the steps for handling a motion. And the next thing that I wanted to share with you are just a few misinterpretations and myths, right? And so one of the main ones that I hear in 95% of the meetings is how individuals make a motion. It's just 3 simple words. I move to, or I move that. I move that we approve this vendor contract. I move to move forward with this initiative. That's it. Not I make the motion, or not so moved. And again, for that individual taking the minutes, we want to be cognizant of the fact that they need to have, those minutes are an official record of action taken, and so they should be as accurate as possible. And when you have situations like so moved, it's hard for that individual to know what that motion is exactly and for what Madam Chair has to repeat. Does that make sense? So please try and stay away from it. And I know we shortcut it because we've been doing this for a while, right? And so it's just easier to so move. But I encourage, especially as you look at new members coming up, new board members coming on, emerging leaders who are watching you, because this is the only way that most folks learn parliamentary procedure is by watching what others are doing, that you take that into consideration. So, I make the motion, no. So move, no. I move that, or I move to. And if you do nothing else today, I would love to hear those 3 words, right? Most folks put old business on their agenda, and if your parliamentary authority is Roberts states that there is no such thing as old business. It's unfinished business. Old business means that I could grab something from 1975 that was voted on that I didn't appreciate, and just bring it on back to the agenda, right? Whereas unfinished business includes items that in last month's meeting, the meeting had to adjourn before you were able to get to this agenda item. And so for this month's meeting, that agenda item is unfinished business, right? Not that we were just simply discussing it, but we had gotten to the point where we were discussing and we needed to vote on it, but couldn't finish out and dispose of that motion in that meeting. The other thing that a lot of folks, I hear a lot about is friendly amendments. Well, the maker makes the motion and there's a second and the chair restates the motion, and then during debate and discussion, someone turns to the maker of the motion and says, board member Emily, if you don't mind, can we change this one thing here? And of course, board member Emily looks and says, well, yeah, that's fine, okay. And the chair then takes that and runs with it. A friendly amendment, according to Roberts, is simply an amendment, and so it should be handled as such, which is, I move to amend this pending motion by inserting this language. It requires a second, it's discussion, and a majority vote, right? So those are a few things that, all right. So we watch our legislators, right, on the Capitol, and most legislators are under a different parliamentary authority. They're under Mason's Manual for Legislators, right, which has some similar language to Roberts. But most of the time, even some of the language that sounds familiar has a different meaning. To kill a motion here would not be to table it or lay on the table, right? It would be to postpone indefinitely. But if you need to put something aside temporarily, say Mayor President comes in and would like to take a few moments to speak to you all, wonderful job that you're doing, but only has 10 minutes, and you're in the middle of item number 17. Well, then the motion is, I move to lay item number 17 on the table to allow Mayor President to speak to us for the next 10 minutes. And then once she is gone, you take from the table that item and continue business as usual, right? If you want to postpone to the next meeting, you simply move to postpone to the next meeting, not lay on the table. And again, if your purpose is to set aside temporarily because of an urgent matter, then you use the motion to table. But if it is simply to postpone into a later time, you use the motion to postpone. Does that make sense? Okay. I have this little cheat sheet that I gave you all. I actually still carry this around with me. The wonderful thing about it is if you open it up on the inside, you'll see the ranking motions, right? Privileged motions, subsidiary, incidental. Now, there are a few motions in here I think that you probably will see or use most often. Under privileged motions, which are those motions that take precedence over whatever's going on, and usually deal with an urgent matter. Typically to recess is something that you'll see. I move to recess the meeting for 10 minutes or to adjourn, even if you're in the middle of something. Not when you're at the end of your agenda. It's not a privileged motion then, but when you're in the middle of something and you want to adjourn, it's a privileged motion. You may have a need to call for the orders of the day, which is simply, let's get back onto track with the agenda. We're supposed to be on item number 17, and so a board member may say, I call the orders of the day. Privileged motions are not debatable, so there's no discussion required. Madam Chair, obviously they do. The first three require a second. To raise a question of privilege is something that you probably hear quite often, and that comes in two forms. A question of privilege, to raise a question of privilege that affects the entire body would be something like, Madam Chair, I rise to a question of privilege. It is really cold in this room, and I could see that other board members are not comfortable and we can't, or Madam Chair, there's a lot of noise happening outside the door because it's propped open. Can you close that door so that we can hear individuals when they're coming up to speak? That's a question, raising a question of privilege as it relates to the body. The personal privilege, obviously, is if you want to recognize someone, a special guest in the audience, but that's not something that should interrupt business. There should be a time set aside to raise a personal privilege, not while you're in the middle of discussing this measure in terms of adopting this vendor contract, right? So just be mindful of that, because personal privilege I see a lot in public bodies, which I love, but unless it's a question, a privileged question that regards the assembly, that is you, it should not interrupt business. Subsidiary motions that you typically see that you would probably use is obviously to amend any main motion. By adding these words or striking out. And maybe, I'm not sure if you have committees, but maybe referring something back to a committee. Madam Chair, I move to refer this back to the Finance Committee to gather more information and bring it back to us at the next meeting. That type of situation. Now, previous question is very important. 99% of people, how many times have you been in a meeting where there's discussion going on after public comment and someone says, Madam Chair, I call the question? And then what do you normally see? Okay, the question has been called. All those in favor, and you go right to it. Well, here's the thing. Each of you have 4 seminal rights. You have the right to attend a meeting, you have a right to make a motion, a right to discuss that motion, and a right to vote. So when you call the previous question, you're actually encroaching upon one of your rights. So as such, that's a motion, and it's a motion that requires a 2/3 vote. So when someone says, Madam Chair, yes, Nicole, I call the previous question. The chair should ask for a second. It is not debatable. And then you should take a vote. And you need a 2/3 vote in the affirmative to then, because what you're doing is you're voting on whether or not you want to continue to talk about this or whether you want to shut down conversation, right? So once you have that affirmative vote, at that point, you can then go to the pending question and say, okay, the question is on the motion to, and so forth and so on, and all those in favor, roll call, voice vote, show of hands. The point is, previous question is in fact a motion and should be handled as such. Incidental motions that you might use, Madam Chair used one just a moment ago, request for information or point of information. Well, prior to this edition, it was point of information. I'm sure all of you have heard that. But a lot of people didn't realize that point of information wasn't for you to provide information. It was for you to ask for more information. So when you use point of information, it is because I need to know something that will help me in my decision for my vote later. Point of information, and so as a result of this newest edition, it is now a request for information. Doesn't require a second. It's an incidental motion, which means it's related to the business at hand, but not necessarily directly. Okay, so that's one of the ones I think that you all will probably use quite often. And then there are the bring back motions, which are on the right-hand side at the bottom, which is to reconsider or amend something previously adopted. And they have special rules above and beyond just a simple majority vote. And then on the back of this is a bit of a script. And let me tell you, for every single client I have, I always script their meetings. Madam Chair happened to be honored, and I was so privileged to be a part of that. She was honored this past weekend by the Louisiana Association of Educators. I was their annual meeting parliamentarian. And that presiding officer was following a script, which is why that meeting went so well. And even I, being a presiding officer over several organizations, during certain times when there's a lot of contentious items on an agenda, I will use a script myself, even though some of this stuff I could repeat, I know like the back of my hand, because it's helpful to you to get the language going, to know it, to have it become rote, so that at some point you don't even have to look at it. But when there are certain motions and things you're not sure of, you have that language. And if you can't, or if you don't use a script, I have wonderful cards that I use for my clients. On the front is what the motion is, the vote that's required, whether or not it's a second that's needed, if it's debatable, and then the language that the chair would say right on the back. So if you have these types of resources at your disposal, Madam Chair, I have no doubt that you will continue to run an efficient meeting. So those are some of the things that I think that you all wanted to talk about, you wanted more information about. And I'm going to pause right here because it's about that time, but I want to hear from you all because I want you to feel empowered to be able to step right into your meeting and be able to use some of the information that I've shared with you. And I know it's a lot, all in a compact amount of time. I hope that if you like what you hear, there'll be more to come. But are there any questions? Anything that I didn't cover that you might want to know about?
First, thank you so much for the details, and you can see that she's given us even more than what she actually covered, so feel free to continue reading and reviewing. But we do have a question or comment from Mr. Martin.
Thank you. This has been very enlightening. I appreciate your presentation. First, I'd like to make a suggestion to our staff. what she said about always having a motion, right? I move to. Perhaps in future, you can script that line, the recommended motion to be made, and script that in the agenda that you share with us to eliminate us having to think of the exact right words to say at that time. My question for you is, I want to have some clarification on the friendly amendment. Because I think I heard you say that even if the author and the person who seconded the original motion have no problem with that amendment, it still needs to be voted on? Is that what you said, or did I misunderstand?
No, you're absolutely correct, Mr. Martin. So it would be, Madam Chair, seeking recognition. I move to amend this motion by adding by April 15th. So that if this is adopted, the motion would be to approve this vendor contract by April 15th. And then you vote on whether or not to make that change to the motion. Not on the motion itself, but whether or not to add that language. That is a motion as any other amendment would be, and you would follow those same steps that we went over in terms of handling a motion. It requires a second, there is discussion on the change, and it's meant to ensure that you craft the language to that pending motion so that it says exactly what it needs to say.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That's not been our current practice, so that's very good to know. And then the last question I have for you is, if we have a presentation from staff, let's say it's a contract, right, that the superintendent is recommending, and it's an elaborate contract and therefore needs some explanation, when is the appropriate time for us to hear that presentation from the superintendent or staff? Is that before the motion is made, like after the item is read and before the motion is made, or what?
Well, typically, again, with public bodies, once the item comes up on the agenda and Madam Chair says we're now at item number 17, the contract, in the instance and practice of public bodies, it is within reason for Mr. Smith to give context for what it is the motion needs to be on what it is you all will be approving. Typically, again, outside of public bodies, as Madam Chair stated, you all usually do a motion and a second, and then when you open it up for discussion, that would be the time for typically a presentation. But again, there's a lot of leeway for public bodies because we understand sometimes you need context and color, right, before the motion is made.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I just thought of one more, because what our normal practice has been is after the motion is made and seconded, we have a round of board discussion, and then we have public discussion, or public, comments, rather, excuse me, not discussion. And then when the public comments are finished, there's another round of discussion amongst the board. Is that the normal practice, or?
That's a really good point. So typically what I see is the item is introduced, there's a round of discussion by the board or the presentation by the staff. At that point, then the motion is made, and of course, following the steps, there's a second, and when you open it up to discussion, at that point, public comment occurs, and then lastly, if there's any other questions generated from what you've heard from the public, you have further discussion, because this is the time actually, according to the steps that you would have it, and then it goes to a vote.
So our first round of board discussion should really technically come before the motion is made. Is that what you just said?
No, I'm saying that that's the practice of the public body.
Okay.
But the way that you do it now is how it should be done, which is motion first, second, the chair restates the motion, opens it up for discussion. At that point, any discussion is had by you all, then public comment, and then the vote.
Okay, so we're doing it fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
I brag on you all the time as the best practice for some of my other clients, I have to say. So I just want you all to know that. I do use you and reference how your meetings are conducted quite frequently.
Oh, Lord. Well, thank you.
One other thing for Madam Chair. Unanimous consent is your best friend, and that is all up and through your policies, right? And so just making sure that you understand how to use unanimous consent. In the second In the second handout that I've given you on the back page, here it is. I talk about unanimous consent, right? And it saves time. And let me tell you where unanimous consent really works well. Approving the agenda. If there's no additions or corrections to the agenda, if there's no objection, the agenda will be approved. Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Now we have a draft of last meeting's minutes. Are there any corrections?
No.
Hearing none, if there's no objection, the minutes are now approved. And lastly, if there's no further business, if there is no objection, the meeting is adjourned. Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. So it saves time in those items that are not contentious. So I just wanted to give you that. I'm sure you're probably aware of it, but I always say unanimous consent is a presiding officer's best friend.
I was aware of some of it, but not all of it. So thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Shamlin.
I'd like to let the board ask their questions. I'll go last. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I've entered into the queue as well. I had a few questions also. A couple of them you answered. Okay, so I know that we frequently use point of personal privilege and point of order and point of information quite often.
Okay.
And so my question was, am I correct in saying, let's say that I am not serving in a leadership capacity at the time, and I say point of information, then that means that I should wait on whomever is chairing the meeting at that time to acknowledge the fact that I'm asking that and then begin to speak. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And again, point of information, you're requesting information, you're not providing it.
Okay.
Discussion and debate is when you provide information.
Okay.
That's the distinction. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then if someone says point of clarification, is there a difference in point of information and point of clarification?
So, point of clarification is not necessarily a Robert's Rules. That is just that's just made its way into meetings. But basically, what that individual is wanting to do is debate and discuss again. And when you look at this handout here on the first page, at the second half talks about rules for debate, right? And so depending upon what your rules are, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, according to Roberts, an individual can speak on one item twice only, and then that's it, to prevent someone from railroading the discussion or circular discussion. But point of clarification is just, again, someone wanting to participate in the debate and discussion.
Okay.
It should be handled no differently.
Okay, and then I think I have one other question for you, and my others might be for Mr. Shamlin, but the other was when you mentioned unanimous vote or unanimous vote to add an item from the floor. So like one of the concerns that we had that kind of led to a little bit of confusion at our last meeting was there was a need for some discussion for some items that we did not have on our agenda. So does that mean that in the case that board member wanted to add that discussion item, then there needed to be a unanimous vote to say we're going to open the discussion of this item?
Correct.
Okay.
And so that's a unanimous vote. So all those in favor, when you hear your name called, say aye or raise your hand, however you want to do it. Now, unanimous consent doesn't require a formal vote.
Okay.
So you want to be judicious in how and when you decide to use unanimous consent, because unanimous consent says, is there any objection to this? Okay. Hearing none, okay, we move forward with this.
Okay.
But if you need it to, and your policy specifically says a unanimous vote, then that means everyone must take a formal vote. And of course, obviously, it must be unanimous.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I think my other questions are possibly for Mr. Shamlin. So with this in mind, and thank you once again for everything that you've shared. Mr. Shamlin, I wanted to ask, with us creating agenda items, will you state for the record when we should have our agenda items submitted to you for our agendas?
Actually, it's not specifically stated in policy as a deadline. I think the practice of the board has always been based upon what this, in the past, what the superintendent wanted in terms of time to get information to the board. In policy, our agendas go live to the public the Tuesday before a regular meeting at noon. And so that is the absolute deadline for, generally the agenda is considered closed at that time per policy. And then 5 o'clock p.m. the day before meeting is the absolute deadline for adding any potential item to the agenda, because as a state law requires the agenda to be closed permanently 24 hours prior to a meeting. So those are the only hard requirements. The board generally will, I mean, not the board, the staff generally has set an earlier deadline to get items in, to plan agendas for vetting and discussion, and that's changed with each set of leaders in the district. So that's something that the board leadership and superintendent will work out.
Okay, and then the other I wanted to ask was, let's see. And do you serve as our board parliamentarian?
No, ma'am, that's not my official title. I don't believe we've had one for a while. We have had board parliamentarians in the past. Generally, they were formally trained parliamentarians, and we've had several board members who served in that capacity.
Do you know how long ago that was?
Previous board, before this current sitting board, so last board.
Oh.
And I could get you some more information on that.
Please,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
do. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. Request for information. But you said the amendment should be voted on before the amended motion is voted on. So does the amendment need to go to the public or just the amended motion?
Just the amended motion, because what you're doing is you're just crafting the language and making sure that the amended motion is what it needs to say.
Okay.
And meeting what you need. And it's very important, and this, I can't stress this enough, and thank you for bringing this up, Mr. Ballou. A lot of boards will, because there's a lot of discussion, they'll approve the change to the motion and then think that they've approved the motion themselves. So the person keeping track of what the motions are and what's flying should hopefully be able to remind you that if you don't approve the motion itself, you can't move forward with whatever that thing is, right? So whatever the change is, let's approve that first. And then once we've approved the change to this motion, let's approve the changed or amended motion. That's very, very important, because otherwise it falls to the floor.
And then real quickly, one other one's in your general rules of debate. You said the presiding officer must relinquish to the chair to enter the debate. Is that?
That's usually with a larger body. Anybody with more than 12 folks. But with small boards and committees, it's very much less formal. So the chair can participate in discussion. You don't need to stand to be recognized as you would in a larger body. So no, that's not something that happens with small boards.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
My question was answered.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin.
Mr. Ballou asked the question I was going to ask. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Sorry I had to step out for a second. Unanimous consent, being that we are a public body and approving things with minutes, is unanimous consent considered a recorded vote that is legally binding? I'm asking you because
Right, that's a
she can
legal-
have an
I'm not an
opinion.
attorney.
But
I work-
I don't know if we can use unanimous consent when we need to record positive votes on a screen.
So my position on that is there's several places in policy where it specifically mentions the fact that you can use unanimous consent. I can't think of one right off the top of my head, but it is in policy. And in those cases, you can clearly use it. It's not a formal vote. Generally, it's not involving an item for approval by the board. State law requires the board take a formal action on every item, using a formal vote, and that's required by state law. So any item up before the board, we have to vote on.
So it may be your best friend, Madam President, but it may not be here very often.
Still just for adjournment, huh?
That's right. That's right.
Right, and actually here under school board meeting agenda, it says it has to be to be adopted by unanimous approval of the school board members present. So it doesn't say unanimous vote or a formal vote, but it does say unanimous approval, which could be unanimous consent. And again, there are having other clients here in EBR Parish that are public bodies, they use unanimous consent for, again, those things that are non-controversial that you know that you're going to have to approve, like the consent agenda, adjournment, approval of the minutes.
Okay, I just think my caution would be for us to use that very judiciously, because I don't want people coming and filing a lawsuit against us saying we didn't legally pass it because we use it. So it doesn't take us much time to press a button for that. We have never voted on approving an agenda as far as I can ever remember. Is that something that is required because the agenda has to be posted,
Right.
and all these kinds of things, so we couldn't change it anyway?
Yeah, and that was where I was going with my initial comment before.
Okay. I'm sorry I had to step out. Maybe
No,
I
that's
missed
okay.
something.
That's all right. State law requires that we publish our agendas at a time prior to the meeting.
Right.
And so my understanding, I've raised that question before, is do we have to formally approve them? I've been told no, because we have to publish them so early, and it's set, and policy dictates how it's set. In the previous policy, it was set by the superintendent, approved by the board president. Now it's set by the chairs of the respective committees. So it's my understanding we'll have to take a vote to approve those because of how policy dictates that they be set.
And I'm going to apologize because I probably was stepped out of the room for a second when this came up, but I've heard some people talk about it. I'm confused about the amended motion. So a motion's on the floor, we make an amended motion, and then you're saying we have to vote on the wording of the amended motion?
So a motion is on the floor and you make a change or an amendment to that motion. Again, the motion is to approve the vendor contract, and someone says, I move to amend that motion by adding by April 15th.
Okay.
You have to vote on whether or not to add that language. Does everyone agree that we should add that change? Yes? Okay, and now that you voted to add that change, then now you vote on the motion as amended.
I guess we have not used amended motions, we've used substitute motions. Because if we go that route, we'd be having to go back to having multiple rounds of public comment and all these sorts of things. So we've been using substitute motion, not amended motion. Is there a difference in how those are handled?
That there is a difference according to Robert's rules. A substitute motion would be actually handled the same way. I move to substitute this motion by saying this new language. It would be handled the exact same way.
But then if it passes, why do we have to vote on it again?
Well, when you substitute, you're substituting what's already on the floor, saying we want this new language instead of what we've done.
Right.
Once you've substituted it, then you're like this. You're voting on the change first, and then once you acknowledge the change, then you vote on that thing to do that thing, right?
Okay, that has
Just
not
because
been
I
the practice
voted
we've
to-
had, because that puts us going back, because we're taking several different formal actions, that puts us going back to repeated public comment and things like that, because we have to go to public comment before each action. So what we have been doing in the past is if we have a substitute motion's on the floor, we vote on the substitute motion. If it passes, and we have public comment and stuff, if it passes, then it's done, and we move on. We don't come back and vote on it again after we've passed the wording of the substitute motion. And what I'm hearing you say is we'd have to have two votes on the same thing, which we...
You want to vote on the change. Do you want to substitute this motion?
Well, I know, but when we've been in practice saying, okay, I want to put a substitute motion, and if the substitute motion passes, then it passes. It's not substitute motion for inserting the words into the prior motion. Mm-hmm. It's a passage of the substitute motion.
Well, and I understand that, and I've seen that so many times with a lot of public bodies, and that's one of those practices that a lot of folks have seen done, so they just continue to do it. But in essence, it's the same thing. There is a motion on the floor, and I want to change it.
I got
Are we
you.
okay with
It's
the
just-
change?
It's just, you're putting
Yeah.
us into having multiple public comments on the same motion.
If I can intervene just for a moment, it is 5:29.
Okay.
And I know we've had quite a robust
I'm done.
conversation. But at the same time, I did have a question in regards to that too. When we think about, I think the confusion comes with, we do entertain amendments sometimes. But at the same time, the issue that we've had is we also entertain friendly amendments. And so I think the conversation about amendments came up when you stated there is no such thing as a friendly amendment. And so that means that even if, let's say that Mr. Martin says that we should have 2 bottles of water instead of 1, and I voted for 1, or I made the motion for 1, I can't say, oh, well, that's a friendly amendment, so I'll take that. We have to go through the process of actually having the motion for the amendment to say that we're going to add another bottle of water, and then we go through the entire process of board comment.
Having the, right, and
Right,
having
board,
the water.
public, board,
Or you
yes.
could
Again,
withdraw
it
your
just,
amendment. You could withdraw your motion.
Oh, I could, or I could withdraw.
Or
yes.
withdraw you, exactly. Or you could just simply withdraw the motion and then make the new one, and that saves you some time. So there you go, you're thinking outside the box. Because at the end of the day, we want this to be effective and efficient for you, but we also want you protected to make sure that, you know, what you need to do, you're doing in the most appropriate and orderly way.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Martin, Vice President Martin, close us out.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. No, I think this is a very important point, and I agree with Mr. Goday's concerns about that. And it's both our new greater understanding of friendly amendments and this little bit of confusion over substitute motion versus amended motion. What I'd like to ask is for council to work with Ms. Learson over the next 2 weeks on that specific issue. I'd like to understand what the law requires in terms of public meetings law and the requirement for public comment, because if we're making some minor change to the original motion, I don't want us to have to spend a whole lot of time. I also don't want to have, if there's a substitute motion and the substitute motion passes, then what happens if the board votes, and that comes back for a second vote? Do we have to have a second vote? Yeah. So I'd like to get some clarification on that instead of us just hypothesizing up here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all so much. Once again, this has been a wonderful workshop. I hope that we will have some part 2, part 3, possibly what I call 2.0 or so later on throughout the year, so that way we can get better and better at this. I think that we've all found some areas that we need to improve on, as well as some areas that we're doing well on. So thank you so much, Ms. Learson.
Thank you all. Have a good meeting and happy meeting.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we will take a 3-minute recess and then begin our committee meetings.
Going to call to order the meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee.
May I call for a,
Please.
look, I don't even know what it's called now, point of personal privilege, maybe.
Yeah, of course, Madam President.
And my point of personal privilege is that it has come to my attention that some have questioned whether or not, or what, this is confusing for all of us to sit on the dais as we have the different committee meetings. And so with that in mind, I would like to let you know that I'm going to take the personal privilege to have a seat on the front row with our beautiful staff and be able to submit my comments. Thank you, sir. Submit my comments if I have any that relate to any of the items. But if any of my other colleagues would like to do that until it's your turn to serve in your respective committees, feel free. I just wanted to share that, and we will continue to smooth out this process as well. And you all, I do apologize, but I have to say, I see one of my former teachers in the audience. How are you, Miss West? Okay, all right, well, I don't know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Calling to order the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
And I want to remind everybody to go ahead and get logged in that needs to vote on this meeting into the budget meeting. District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present. Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Soule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. The first item is ESSER updates, a presentation from Ms. Lopez and Dr. Bethley. Thank you.
Good evening. Do you remember where you were on March 13, 2020, between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m.? It was the day that we got notice to close our schools. It was also the beginning of the CARES Act, later became the Stronger Start, and now ESSER 1. So during the year of 2020, our district received 3 grants, all now called ESSER 1 when the names changed. So with the 2021 school year, we received additional ESSER funding, which was ESSER 2. In ESSER 2, we received a special grant with incentive because we had, when the students returned to school, we had some schools that the students, we had low enrollment. So this grant provided for additional funding for those particular schools. And then we had ESSER 2 school choice. That grant was awarded to some of our charter schools. Then in 2022, we received ESSER grants, 3 buckets of ESSER grants. The ESSER 3 intervention was for scientifically based instruction, and we had to basically do with that grant what LDOE instructed us to do. Then we received a larger amount of funding in ESSER 3. And then in the year of 2023, we received some mini grants, IDEA 611 and 619, which was for our exceptional student services. And then we also received additional funding for our homeless population. So with all of the ESSER grants, our system has, we were awarded $253 million. So ESSER has allowed us in the very beginning, and with our initial investments, we had to allocate funds for our Title I charter schools and also for our non-public schools, which was in ESSER 1. As we went to ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, the non-public allocations came directly from the state to the non-public sites. But we offered funding for facilities. We provided our students with meals. We spent a lot of ESSER 1 with facilities and operations. And when we got to ESSER 2, we were allotted funding for staff compensation and retention. So all of our staff members received compensation for returning to work. And then as the years went on, over time, investments with ESSER was spent on our core and non-core subjects. Student devices, we spent funding on personnel and materials and supplies for early childhood, our ESL, and for mental health. We also provided funding for high school individual graduation plans. We supported, for the first time, we had literacy coaches in our schools. We purchased special devices for our students with disabilities. The funding has provided us with tutoring. We also had additional funding for our neglect and delinquent sites. And we used our ESSER investments for additional learning and summer learning and after-school programs such as City Year. So this grant will end September 30th, 2024. And as we transition into the next year, Ms. Lopez will talk to you about how these investments will be transitioned to other funding sources.
So let's start beginning with staff and professional development. So the current investment in staff and professional development is inclusive of teaching staff, instructional specialists, SEL supports, and summer learning for approximately $47 million. Now, many of these salaries will be absorbed through different funds or possibly through attrition or even through reassignment of different positions. The stipends equated up to $23 million. Future stipends will be at the discretion of the board and the superintendent. Professional development, such as leadership, curriculum, and assessments, and their stipends that went along with that were of $11.8 million. While we truly believe capacity has been built, we are still working on our leadership level, and so we will continue professional development throughout the district with our leadership development through our Title III program and Title II. Sure.
Ms. Lopez,
Yes, sir.
dollar amount in green, that's over a course of 3 years.
Correct.
Not just this current
Yes.
year.
Yes, not just 1 year, the entire funding. Yes, thank you. Parent engagement, salaries will be absorbed through attrition or provided through the Title I parental involvement opportunities. Core content supplies, including textbooks, MOI, and teacher gift cards, were $22 million. The district will always continue to provide textbooks and our MOI to all of our staff members to provide instruction to our students. However, the gift cards will not be continued on into the next year. Student technology devices such as Chromebooks, hotspots, and related materials were approximately $18 million. As you know, Proposition 1, a large portion of Proposition 1 funds technology, and we will continue to provide Chromebooks and devices to our students through that funding source. Early childhood was approximately $12 million. The MFP and the state does not provide direct funding for our early childhood students. However, we will be working with the state as LDOE is currently one of their large initiatives is not only literacy, but also early childhood. So we will continue working with them on a grant basis. EL supports was approximately $10 million. The staffing positions for EL will return to the general fund. However, the district supports will be funded through Title III. SEL supports were approximately $8 million. We will continue to work with our district resources and our iCare support team, as well as Title IV to fund these opportunities for our students. Our high school individual graduation plans will move back into the general fund. This is inclusive of both dual enrollment and SCA classes. Literacy assessment, staff, and online programming. The state has assumed the cost for the K through 3 DIBELS. General fund will pick up grade 4. All of these salaries are also available through our literacy grants, and we will look for all of our grant opportunities. Students with disabilities was approximately $4.9 million, and the funding for these items will continue to be supported through our IDEA grant for our district supports, and the special education teachers will continue to be funded through general fund as before. Tutoring involving contracts with our partners was approximately $2 million. We will continue working with our partners such as Brain and other opportunities Our schools also have their Title I school-wide funding as well as normal Title I funds that provide for tutoring opportunities for our high-needs children. Other subgroups, such as homeless, will continue to be funded through Title X as it was in the past. Summer learning and enrichment will continue for all of our students. We will work with our partners, and we will also find different funding sources as we provide LEAP remediation and DIBELS remediation to our students through their school-wide funding, and also credit recovery for many of our high school students. Individual student supports and after-school programming, we're currently reviewing where they will be placed into the next funding source and what funding source they will go into. So as always, our Type 1 and non-public allocations were provided to us by LDOE, and we provided that funding to those locations and schools and students at their discretion. So they simply decide what they want to do. As long as it doesn't allow an expenditure, we will process it. Facilities will continue to be handled through HES as we updated many of our HVAC filters and supplies for better ventilation. We will continue to work with HES to do that, as well as repairs to our locations will be handled by our facilities department, and pandemic response will no longer be needed.
Ms. Lopez, before you move on to the next slide, just to clarify, when you said throughout this that this will be funded this way or this will be discontinued, whatever, that's basically a preview of the recommendations that the administration is going to make to us for next year's budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So current salaries in ESSER is approximately $19.2 million. 8.1 is estimated to move into different funding sources, while 11.2 will be handled through reassignment and attrition opportunities. Contracted services is currently at $6.6 million. Other funding sources will absorb 3.7, and 2.9 million will either be changed or ended. Materials and supplies, current expenditures in ESSER is $14 million. 9.6 will be absorbed into other funding sources, and 4.4 will either change or end completely. Any questions?
Yeah, no, Superintendent, perhaps you could, or Ms. Lopez, just kind of to preview for the board and the public the timeline for when we're going to hear the budget recommendations.
What we're trying to do is bring something to you, just a preliminary budget in the next 2 weeks to discuss that. I don't know if you would like a board workshop, whatever the cadence may be, but we would like to bring something as early as the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. We'll have either a board workshop or a special meeting of the budget committee. We'll figure that out, that detail. But I think that's important for everybody to understand that within the next 2 weeks we'll see the first budget recommendation. Thank you very much, Mr. Gode. You're not on the committee, but you are certainly welcome to ask a question, please.
It's just a request as we go through in the budget thing. As we get into what we continue and what we cut, particularly in the salaries and benefits, we've been very good, I think, in the past about looking to our strategic plan and understanding what's in our strategic plan and what supports it. I would like to see that done also in this about what is continuing as it supports in our strategic plan, and as much as what is not being continued, and how does that relate to our strategic plan? Mm-hmm. For one thing, I'm very interested, literacy is our biggest problem. I don't want to see literacy coaches cut, and things like that. So we need to be very clear on what's being continued and what's being cut, and how do those things relate to our strategic plan. Sure. So that's all I ask as the presentations come out, that we have that clearly spelled out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stewart.
That was basically my question, actually my request, to make sure that with those cuts and things that we're going to keep and maintain, to make sure that we notice that it goes along with our plans and, just the academia side, like sure. What's in it. So that's pretty much Mike and I he was reading my mind.
It's good when you're on the same page.
But thank you, though, Ms. Lopez.
Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lopez, you may not be the person to answer this question, but do we have any idea of the number of homeless students in our district?
Sir, I have no idea. I'm about to say Dr. Bethlehem.
Yes, sir. As of today, we have about 945 students identified as homeless.
Okay, so $750,000. I mean, that's how much we spent then. I'd like to see that increased, if nothing else.
Okay, so we do have 2 other grants that are for our homeless, Title I, a set aside, and we also have Title IX that provides funding for our homeless students.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from members of the Budget and Planning Committee or the board? All right, hearing none, we will move on to the next item. Items for consideration, C1, summer part-time rate. Consideration of a request to amend the summer 2024 salary schedule to approve a 40% increase in compensation of summer part-time employees specified. Is there a motion? Ms. Stewart moves to, if I may, Ms. Stewart moves to approve the request to amend the summer 2024 salary schedule to approve a 40% increase in compensation of summer part-time employees specified.
And just to make sure that's correct, if you looked at the CAPIT information that's long, that's basically, like, say, for instance, for the teachers, increasing the 25 to 35, correct? I just want to make sure that people are aware of it. But yes, I got the motion.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stewart makes the motion. Is there a second? Coach Lewis seconds. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion from members of the board? I will make the comment based on the briefing of staff that this is, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, that this is ESSER funding, and this comes out of this current year's budget, which we have previously approved, and there's money available for it because all of these services are basically provided in the month of June. Is that correct, Ms. Lopez?
Yes, sir. There will be some staff members that will be provided through the general fund. However, the vast majority of them are provided through ESSER and through title funding. And so we have set aside for this opportunity for 1 more year, and it will be at the discretion of the board and the superintendent on what we decide to do next year when ESSER funds are gone.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded. Mr. Smith, did you have something?
I just want to state for the record, to clarify why this item had to come is because last year you approved in your general fund budget these particular salaries, and so in order to increase these salaries, so we had to bring this item before the board.
Okay, thank you very much. And so normally, just to clarify, normally these amounts are included in the budget because we had the extra funding available from ESSER. Over the past couple of years, we've increased it, but we've done it by separate vote every time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, is there any discussion from members of the board? All right, hearing none, we'll turn to comments from the public. Storm Matthews.
I think you may have just answered one of my questions. But I wanted to inquire for clarity because we voted last year to do this. So I was asking why we were going to vote on it again, but I think y'all just said y'all do it every summer. But that has caused some confusion because we've had an issue of teachers thinking that they were working some after-school hours or some hours for other things for $35 an hour, and then upon payday, when they see their check stub or their pay stub online, they see that it was only $25 an hour, and they got real upset. So I want to know, why can't we just do this as a permanent thing and stop doing it every year? Is that part of the grant process? Or is this not going to happen again next year? Because if it goes back to 25, we are going to have a very hard time getting teachers to do it for the 25 once it's been the 35. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only card I have. Any other members of the public wishing to comment? No, we will return to the board for comments. Any board members have any comments? I will, not to engage in discourse with the public as recommended by our parliamentarian, but I will note that that we will be considering these rates as part of the budget process over the next couple of months, and I think we will have ample time for both the board and the public to express their opinions on these items. Ms. Sule, your first public comment as a school board member, please.
I was just gonna say I had the same questions that were just asked by the public. And so, same thing that you said, Mr. Martin, is that we're looking at it for the next year.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
That was my first one.
Welcome to, it's all downhill from now. All right, thank you very much. Any other members of the board? All right, hearing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to item C2, new job descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following new job descriptions as referenced in the document, new job descriptions, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Ms. Hall, is there a motion? Ms. Stewart? Thank you. Ms. Stewart's the go-to for the motions today. Is there a second? Is there a second? Ms. Sule, would you like to make the second? Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Interim Superintendent Smith, is there a presentation on this at all? Would Ms. Hall like to explain what we're doing?
Yes, do we have a presentation loaded?
Oh, thank you very much. Yes. So the motion by Ms. Stewart is to approve the following new job descriptions as referenced in the document, new job descriptions.
I have copies for everyone. Sorry. $35 per copy.
Don't take it out of our budget.
I think they have it back there. Oh, they do. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Oh, ready? We have enough? I hope I did.
Oh, committee member.
Okay. Ready? All right. Good evening, everyone, and I hope you guys had an awesome day like I did today. So this is a brief and hopefully succinct presentation and job description. Just wanted to give an idea to the board of where we're at with this process. So the point of us doing a job description overhaul, and we call it an overhaul because we are literally behind the eight ball. The goal is to be able to get updated, well-designed job description that matters, right? We want to be the best. I know that EBR can be the best. That is the goal within 3 to 5 years. And I know Vice President Martin agrees with that, to be one of the best employers around. Okay, and the only way for us, one of the ways to get to that goal is to be able to have well-defined job descriptions from a recruitment standpoint and a retention standpoint. And here are some pointers that I shared here. Clear communication, it attracts the right candidates, and it makes sure that we are legally compliant. From a retention standpoint, it clarifies expectations for the employer and the employee. Time and time again, you'll hear employees say, that's not within my job description, okay? So this kind of helps to clear up some of those things. And it's part of the critical process in the employee evaluation process. So we want to be able to provide clear guidelines so everyone is aligned. And most important of all for us, from an HR standpoint, with my team back here, my awesome Rockstar team, Operation Excellence. We strive for that. So keeping up with job descriptions up to date. is important because we are always evolving. Things change, technology change, business change, there are different factors. So for example, there is a job description that existed. We eliminated that in the first round, called steno clerk. That is no longer a thing. We were successful with the past board to be able to change that job description to be clerical assistant. So I'm using that as an example as why we do the things that we're doing in terms of a job description. So part of all of this process is to make sure that we are consistently reviewing job descriptions to provide not only to improve job performance, but also employee satisfaction. So just some historical context, some data, just to kind of get you guys all nice and warm and fuzzy. Previously, approximately 6,000 job descriptions, and I forgot to roll in the cart because we still have most of those job descriptions in a hard-written format, like typewritten or typewriting or typewriting out. Okay, by a steno clerk maybe. And we have approximately 41,000 job titles. So just look at the massive amount of information that exists in a system that we are literally working on changing, right? The job description process started back in 2022 when I came on board. And one of the things that surfaced the most, some of these are the common trends that happened that we recognized through the entire process. There were confusing job titles. There are antiquated job titles. I just mentioned the clerical position, steno clerk, inconsistency with it, outdated job qualifications and education requirements. It was vague, not clear. Folks didn't know exactly what their roles were, and there were grammatical errors. Not saying that we're perfect, but we strive to be that way. This is what some of the things that we've shared out. This is what we've done with the team, my Rockstar team back there. So since we started this process in 2022, I think it was June 2nd of 2022, we've had 3 separate rounds or 3 separate categories: new, amended, and eliminated. And as you can see in this chart, it breaks out what happened each time. And we have a rationale every time we come to the board, which is part of the state law, which I'm still working with Mr. Shamlin to figure out how can we help to find a better approach, a much more efficient approach. So round 1 for new job descriptions, there are 20 will be brought to the board. Round 2, 21. Round 3, which is today, 15. It's a total of 56. Look at the middle column, amended, 178. Then we came back, 7, and today it's 2. So total is 187. And for the eliminated, so don't forget, we have 6,000. So right now, the eliminated thus far that we've done, have completed is 269, round 1, 48, round 2, 73, round 3, 49, round 4, 99. Total, as of today, hopefully if we get these approved today, will be 300. And these are the things that we captured on the job description. We try to make sure that it is very sleek, look like a brand new BMW. It has all the bells and whistles in the job descriptions. If we need to change, amend, or change a language, we'll definitely come back to the board to address that. We do have a job description internal website that we've created. Once again, shout out to my Rockstar team behind me. This helps to have a central location where everything exists. So once the job descriptions are approved, because it is a pain when folks are in positions or a title that is not board approved. It creates a lot of anxiety in the back end from a back office standpoint. So the goal, once we get all of this nice and clean, it exists in an internal space where everyone has access to. And if we ever need to make any changes, we come back to the board. And this is just what it looks like. We broke them down in different categories, and there's a drop down, and every job description is linked, a live link that takes you to the actual job description. Once again, this is just an example of what it looks like. And for us, the next step and best practice is to establish a regular review process. Typically, the process should entail an annual review of job description. That is the trend. However, with the staff that I have, as much as they're rock stars, I propose that we do this every 3 years. And that concludes the presentation.
Dr. Hall, could you also add that the reason why we need to nail down these job descriptions is because we're actually changing over into city suites in Caldera?
That is correct. We try to get this done back in November, December, and it was because we were on a timeline with the new system, and we do not want to put garbage in to get garbage out. So the goal is to be on task and time, a nice tight timeline. So we want to be able to get this done as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. Coach Lewis.
Nice presentation with you and your rock star team. Okay. But I've got a few questions. Maybe the first one you maybe answered, and it was, why are we considering these job descriptions?
Yes, so a number of different reasons. One, antiquated, they're old. They don't exist anymore. Functionalities and roles have changed. And for us to be more marketable and from a branding standpoint, it works. This is why.
And I hope I don't run out of time. Certification specialists. Okay. Are these, am I correct in thinking there's no one in these jobs right now?
No, there are individuals in positions, they're not functioning in the right capacity. So for example, the certification specialist is a professional development specialist. We have 6,000 employees, about 2,800 are teachers. Certification is a crucial part of keeping them in compliance. We help HR facilitate or help to manage that certification process. No one knows unless we market it out, say, hey, Nicola Hall is the certification person. The person is titled as a professional development specialist. So to have it on an org chart to say, here's your certification specialist team, it's easy, identifiable for anyone to send an email to Nicola Hall, certification specialist, to say, hey, I need to recertify renew my certification.
Okay. And we'll use that. All of them talk about, when it says reports to, immediate supervisor.
Right.
Who's going to be that immediate supervisor?
And that's one of the past board, we had several discussions about that. There was an appetite to make sure that we identify who that title is. Unfortunately, and please forgive me and give me grace when I say this, unfortunately things change around here almost consistently.
Not really, if we got these antiquated job descriptions.
Well,
it seems like nothing's changing to me.
Well, I'm talking about the reporting structure.
Okay, go ahead.
So the reporting structure, so I may be reporting to Mr. Smith today, and then tomorrow I'm reporting to somebody else. So every time there's a change, we need to come to the board for approval. For years, we didn't do that. We make up things, and this is why we have 6,000 and 41,000 job titles. So to make sure that we are in a line and in compliance, the goal or the objective is to make sure that the language is universal and it flows.
Again, reports to immediate supervisor, we don't know who that person's going to be. How many people have been hired in these jobs without board approval?
So since I've been here,
who need board approval, and been hired.
Okay, so follow me, let me walk you through the process.
Walk me through it.
Okay, awesome. You got time, right? Okay, perfect.
I got 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Awesome. Okay. So a board approval is a requisition process to post a position to fill a vacant position. The requisition must be attached to board-approved job description must be attached to the requisition before it could be posted, right? The position gets posted with a board-approved job description. The person is hired. Once the individual is hired, and months later, 2 days later, 4 days later, maybe 6 months later, the individual is promoted or the position is changed, the title is changed. That is up to the superintendent. So there's a there's a difference. I hope I'm
Okay, and while
making
I'm
it.
just, not to cut you off, I still
Okay.
got time. We got Director of Charter Schools Relations.
Mhm.
What's the difference between Charter Schools Relations and Director of Charter Schools?
It's just about how we title it in the city suites. So we try to be consistent with the language. Director of versus child nutrition director. So it's just a consistency of language.
And we've got Director of Elementary Schools. We have a Director of Elementary, right?
Yes.
So are we just changing the title? I mean,
No.
what's the difference between the Director of Elementary Schools and the Director of Elementary?
So you're saying we have a director of elementary now, a person?
Evidently, we do.
Yes, there is a director of elementary school. So once again,
Would that same
it's-
person be Director of
That is-
Elementary
that
School
is correct.
Relations?
No, what are you looking?
It says Director of Elementary Schools. I'm sorry, I'm trying to blow it up so I can see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me slide it down. I'm sorry, Nicola.
Right.
We have,
So-
here it says Director of Elementary Schools. We already have a Director of Elementary,
Right.
correct? What's the difference?
The person does, there's no job description. So there's no board-approved job description. So
But we've
even
been-
though the
But we've been paying
person,
somebody to do that job.
I understand.
Another question, Director of Workforce Development. We already have a Director of Workforce.
Yes.
Same
There's
difference?
no, exactly, same thing. So there's a relatability here. So this is where the anxiety exists in the back end, where it's hard for me to explain as to why. So as much as I provide guidance with Mr. Shamlin's assistance, once again, I work at the pleasure of the superintendent with the guidance of Mr. Shamlin.
Okay, some weeks ago, there was a in-depth article written about jobs and pay. Are these some of the reasons that our salaries at non-base school salaries exploded to nearly $20 million?
So I'm thinking there's a couple of different things happening if you're referring to the article that Mr. Lucier wrote.
Right.
Okay. So and maybe that's a separate conversation. We need to come back to the board to talk about right sizing versus this job description process. So the ESSER funding, I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, the 20 million budget. I don't know what the correlation is with that. But what I'm trying to do today is to make sure that everyone that is hired with EBR or currently exists as an employee has a board-approved job description. And once again, any salaries that exist on the salary schedule or outside of the salary schedule must be approved before I could do anything by the superintendent. I require, a matter of fact, a memo to make sure that I have that support.
Okay. Well, that's another.
That's the next item,
Yeah,
Coach.
I'll come back to that one, but you got a rock star team, but all this is really kind of confusing.
Well,
It really is.
I understand, and this is why we're trying to make sure it's nice and clean.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I've gone 255 over. so-
I cut you some slack. It's an important question, Coach. Thank you.
And if it, chime in if anybody else has more.
I think one question I have, Ms. Hall, Ms. Stewart, if you'd like to go first, and then I'll wrap up.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding. Basically, what you're requesting and what has happened is that there were a lot of jobs, existing jobs, titles that didn't have job descriptions. People were already in the position, some are vacant, some are already filled. And so we technically weren't in compliance as it relates as the board because there weren't any description as far as the roles and responsibilities that those persons were partaking in, correct?
That is correct.
And so what you're basically asking now is that we approve those jobs with the roles and responsibilities so that people can be held more accountable for what they're supposed to do.
That is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
In addition to aligning with the new software program where it'll eliminate some of the confusion, where whatever that job title is the only title that a person can go into as advertised. Also, we have to do this as well as because we need to make sure that people are placed appropriate on the salary schedule in the general fund book. So we need to get this process done prior to actually approving a general fund budget. So we have people on the appropriate salary scale.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. One, at some point, and first of all, I appreciate this is that you inherited when you started this job, you inherited a very chaotic, at best, HR system. And so I appreciate that you're doing your utmost to fix problems that long predate your tenure here. So thank you for that. Is it possible to provide kind of a translation table that would list all the people who and what kind of job description or job title is currently in the system, and then what their new title is, so that and I don't need this for the vote, I don't think tonight, but so the public can at least see, and we can see at our leisure that the person who was called the director of elementary is now called the director of elementary schools, or vice versa, whichever it is. Is that possible?
Oh yeah, anything is possible.
Well, is that feasible to do, or would that take 50 hours of your staff time to do?
So yes, it's very feasible. We could get it done because I have a rock star team.
Does something already similar exist?
Right. So we have, thank you, Mr. Smith. I created a divisional roster for each chief. So each chief knows exactly who reports or who belong to their division. And each person that is a part of that roster has a board-approved job description that's attached to them. So yes, very feasible, because we're thinking ahead of questions like this and to make our life a little bit easier in the back end. So we could definitely provide that.
Thank you. I think that would help with some of the confusion that we don't want to inadvertently create some new position that we wouldn't want to create necessarily because we're doing this in globo thing. We're not going to take the time. We don't have the expertise to sit there and look at 300 things individually. We have to trust your work on this. I do, and to that end, I have a question about how much detail of a job description is required by either law or policy to be approved by the board. So, for example, my colleague, Mr. Lewis, was talking about all the documents that say they report to the immediate supervisor. I know in our ERP system in my day job, there's a field there, and you have to put that in. But we don't have to, if somebody moves from one supervisor to another, that's not a policy decision that rises to the level of board approval. So how much of this, I always am uncomfortable approving things that are 300 or 500 pages that I can't possibly understand, in Globo. So how much of this, and I'm also very cognizant of the confines of Act 1, which says that this is all the superintendent's job. So what are we required by law and policy to approve? Either of you.
Mr. Shamma.
Okay.
As you were speaking, Mr. Martin, I was trying to do some quick research on my computer. There is a state statute. I can't cite it for you right now, but there's a state statute that requires school boards to approve job descriptions. The language is very broad. It does not speak to the detail and answer some of the questions you raised as to how much the board has to get into the weeds about each description, but there is a requirement that boards approve a job description. I think the board can determine the detail of that description based on what you like to do.
Okay. I'd like us to maybe give some thought over the next several months to how we might do that. I also, I heard your your suggestion that the job descriptions kind of be formally reviewed every 3 years so we don't find ourselves in this situation. And I would ask that y'all consider working toward a policy that the board could adopt so that it wouldn't just be us remembering, because, you know, I may not be here 3 years from now, so that we don't find ourselves in this kind of situation again. And the final question that I have for you is, you know, I know this has taken some time. I know y'all have a lot of normal stuff to do dealing with the thousands upon thousands of employees that we deal with, and who are all very essential to the system. Are there any resources that you need from us, consultants, additional staff, or anything like that, to allow you to better provide the services that we need and to provide the proper structure that we need?
I'm glad you asked. 3
Don't
years
answer
later. Yes, we do need help. A lot of this work gets done late at night and on the weekends. So when everyone is at home, we're here hanging out, trying to get this done because we do take pride in what we do. So, for example, one of the biggest position that I definitely, it's been 3 years that I need to get filled, is the Employee Relations Director. We deal with so many employee issues, and it's between myself and Ms. Bianca Williams, and then we lean on Mr. Shamlin for assistance. So there are crucial positions that literally exist within our department that we need to be filled, but we were able to survive because we do know it's not just about us, it's about the entire team. But yes, we have a few positions that we could use to be filled.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Mr. Goday.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to, on my experience in the past, there's been a lot of talk here about who do you report to. And as you say, organizations tend to be very fluid and things will change around. The experience I have is to pay a lot more attention to the salary level, that AD 107 or whatever it is like that. That is really the key that needs to be here, because that sets what level that person will be paid. Now, these things have some pretty wide ranges in them. I guess that's because of the experience factors and everything that can go into that. So I would suggest we need to look at how we can maybe do that a little better. But the real key is the salary level, because who you report to can be one thing this month and then it gets changed 3 months later and they've reorganized. I'm more concerned about, are we adding tiers like the director of elementary? Is that adding a tier in the organizational structure, or is that just renaming something that's already there?
There's someone already there. There's something that already exists. It just didn't have a
But we have a whole bunch of folks that are overseeing elementary schools. Those people report to a
executive director.
Executive director.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So, I think that's some of the angst and things we've got. We're kind of confusing org chart with job description, and so we really need to be cognizant of what is the job level or the pay level of the
What's the
thing.
staffing threshold?
Yes, those are the kinds of things that really pull this in, because if we get into describing who they report to, every 3 months you could be changing your whole system.
Every
and
3
that's
months
not-
I have to be here for
Right.
an approval. For
Right.
vending.
And I certainly don't want to
Right.
have to,
No, I
every
know
time
you
somebody's
don't.
reassigned.
I'm just saying, but, a real focus
Agreed.
is on the pay scale
Agreed.
level, because
100%.
that says how many dollars you're paying a person. Thank you.
100%.
And may I add, and generally, when you look at reporting structure, it's really defined through the organizational chart.
Yeah.
So that kind of clears who reports to who.
Which we approve at the budget time.
Budget time.
Okay. Coach, normally we have one comment per cycle.
Personal point of privilege? Is that-
I think I just was told no, but
We're just finished.
I'll give you brief
Okay, but
leeway, not 5 minutes.
Ms. Hall, if I came across as being kind of rough, I didn't mean to be that way. It's just that this is just an example of things this is just the tip of the iceberg with some of my frustrations about the way things operate around here. You said this in 22. We're 2 years late doing this, and we can't do anything because we keep having to go back and undo things that should have been done before. So what you're seeing is just a part of my overall frustration with we can't do anything that really deals with kids because we're dealing with this.
So I sum it up as passion. And if you ever want to meet me on the court for a one-on-one to get
You'll
it out,
lose.
I promise I will.
Ms. Hall, I do have one last question phoned in. Do the new job titles align with the state codes?
Yes. So that's part of the cool process. I'm getting all excited about the new system. Okay. So there's a lot of steps that were taken over the last year and a half to make sure that the job descriptions are aligned with the LAF guide, to make sure that when we run a report, who needs to get a stipend or not, et cetera, it's just one report that comes from one central system, and there's not a whole bunch of let's disaggregate the data and look at this, and you look at this group and this group look at this. It's just a lot, but this is going to ease a lot of anxiety and for us to work smarter versus harder. So yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're running tighter on time now. I'd like to, we're going to turn to public comments now. I have one card from Dr. Leach on this item.
I always invite security. Good evening. I'm Dr. Leach.
Dr. Leach, forgive me, but the purpose of public comments is for the public to express their opinions that they believe the board needs to hear on the items. If your opinion is to remain silent for your 3 minutes, I would respectfully ask that you allow us to return to business.
So public comment is I have to articulate something. I cannot be silent. Is that what you're saying? There has to be words for me to communicate? I'm asking for clarification.
I'm making a request of you. Council can advise as to whether the public has an absolute right.
Okay, I still have
3
another
minutes.
minute, so I'd like to continue.
Please.
My silence is golden. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Good night.
Thank you. All right. We have online comment. I see no other cards for public comment on this item. Here we have one comment. Is that on this one? Oh, okay. Then Ms. Valencia Johnson, please come on up. Oh, you're there. Okay, thank you.
Valencia Johnson, President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. I know that we don't really answer questions, but I have a few questions. One of my first questions are the job titles that are created in line with the state codes, because it's not as much as about the job title as it is the code and putting that code in. Is there some way that we can actually put that code on the job title that aligns with the state? Also, one of these jobs, specifically the manager of leaves for FMLA, I want to know, is somebody who's currently doing the leads for FMLA. Also, if you look at the second page of the job title, under essential functions and qualification requirements, it talks about a position of manager of purchasing. So we need to go back and look at those jobs and make sure that the details or job duties that we're expecting the person to do are actually those job titles. And with the creation of some of these job titles, as we look at the budget and going to do some major cutting, the question is, are some of these jobs really needed? Or is it just in title only? And even if it's just in title only, like the director of elementary, are those jobs really needed when we have EDs and all of those things already? So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. From the internet, we have one comment from Dr. James Finney on this item. He says, please ask the Division of Human Resources to identify which of these positions have someone currently holding each of the applicable titles and who those employees are. If these are requests for new positions not yet filled, those should be considered separately, then completing the documentation for people already employed. That is Dr. Finney's comments, and that is the last of the public comments. So I will now return to comments from the board. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Before moving on to the next item, colleagues, I'll ask your sense of things. We have one other item, the amended job descriptions. Our committee is scheduled to end at 7:02 p.m., which is, 24 minutes from now. Is that adequate time, or will we need to do an extension? Okay. All right, we're going to make it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Moving on. Item C3, amended job descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following amended job descriptions. A, administrative director. B, registered school nurse. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? Reliable this evening. Is there a second? Ms. Souley, excellent. Thank you very much. There is a motion to approve the following amended job descriptions: A, administrative director, and B, registered school nurse. Thank you. And do we need a presentation on this item? No. All right. We'll turn to comments from the board. Any board members wish to comment about this item? No. See? No? You good? Oh, there you are. Okay. Thank you very much, Coach.
Why are they being amended?
Ms. Hall?
So a couple of reasons. This is one of the, a few of these positions are part of that example that I shared earlier about folks are retitled or reassigned into positions that are not board approved. And then there's the other space where, like, for example, the registered nurse, the functionality of the job has changed. So we do have a school nurse job description currently in existence, but the functionality has changed, so we need to update that.
What about the administrative director?
That's the first scenario that I shared aligns with the administrative director. So we have an administrative director job description, but we do not have all these different titles. So what I did was amend the job description to include all these different offsprings of the administrative director, because we have people in those positions that are not board approved.
Well, I want to ask my next question is, were they paid according to, how were they paid? Were they paid 81,000 to 121,000?
That is correct. Yes.
Is that pay in line with the job they were doing? Is that, Mr. Gode, is that where you were heading with asking that question you asked about the pay? Because I just have this thing about we spent all this money and we had very little to show for it the last couple, 2 or 3 years. And so, okay. But I just, follow the money. If you want the answers, follow the money.
Thank you. You're welcome.
That all, Coach? It's either all or it's the prelude to 15, 20 minutes of conversation. Got it. Thank you very much. Any other members of the board? Okay. Members of the public on item C3. Storm Matthews.
Coach, them ones with no description, those are previous administration just like to hire people and not tell the board about it, bro. I'm just saying. Okay. All right. School nurse. I would like to plant some seeds and hope that you all would look into this as you prepare the budget, that in addition to nurses, that they are able to keep their assistants, as they will not always be at each school site. And we do not only need nurses for IEPs, they also give medications, they do puberty classes in the 4th and 5th grades, and the rising numbers of diabetic students in this district. That doesn't just mean administering insulin injections, but also going to each school to see the menu for the day and counting out the carbs and measuring how much each item on that plate that child can have for lunch that day. One particular baby today couldn't eat the sweet potatoes because they couldn't go over 45. They could only have half of something else. I couldn't remember what it was. Nurses will need help. Please add their assistance to the description. I'm happy we're bringing them back in-house. I'm all for that. I'm all for paying them more than the lake was paying them. But please, let's add their assistance into our job descriptions as well. Seeds planted, water, soil, sun, all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no more in the room comments on this item, we have one internet-based comment, once again from Dr. James Finney, who says, "My thoughts on this item are similar to my comment on the previous item. Please ask the Division of Human Resources to identify which of these positions have someone currently holding each of the applicable titles and who those employees are. If these are requests for new positions not yet filled, those should be considered separately from correcting the documentation for people already employed." That is all of the public comments on this item. We will return for comments from the board. Any comments from the board? No further comments from the board. Madam Secretary, please call the roll. Don't call the roll, call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. That concludes all of the items. Coach, since Mr. Gode can't do it as he's not a member of this committee, would you do the honors? Move we adjourn? Thank you very much. Hearing no objection, we are adjourned.
For what, 10 minutes?
Do you want to take a break before your committee starts? 5 maybe?
5 minutes, because I guarantee you mine is short and sweet.
Okay, we're going to take a break for recess for 5 minutes, and then the academic committee will convene.
Roll,
It looked like I was in.
roll call. Madam Secretary? Call to order the meeting Thursday, April the 11th, 2024, for the Academic Accountability and Curriculum Instruction and Student Services Committee meeting. Roll call, please.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
We have a quorum.
There's a presentation. Mrs. Griffin, please. Early childhood.
Good evening. So I am very honored to be here to give this presentation. I'm super excited because this year, 2024, marks 10 years that East Baton Rouge Parish has embarked upon this early childhood mission to make sure that all students are ready to enter kindergarten and they're on level and on time. I've personally been with the district since 2014. I was a pilot project manager when this first began, so I'm excited to see the growth. And we'll start with the presentation. So this is a number and a slide that many of you, if you've heard us present in early childhood, you've heard me quote often. There are 29,000 children under the age of 5 in EBR and Baker, and 16,000 of them are economically disadvantaged. Typically, we see an average of about 5,500 of those students. So that means we have about 10,791 economically disadvantaged children under the age of 5 that are unserved by our public programs. If you see there, we have a graph showing that honestly, in our 4-year-old programs, we're doing a good job. We're serving about 96% of our 4-year-olds, but that's because once you get into 4-year-olds, you open up schools. You have public schools, you have charter schools, you have private schools. You also have your child care centers, you have Head Start, and you have a lot of different organizations and entities that take in these 4-year-olds. But once children are under 4, they enter licensing guidelines. And once you get into licensing with kids 3 and under, that's a whole nother ballgame. So right now, we only serve 38%. Right now, because we've had some extra funding with B3, which is our Birth to 3 Seats grant, we are actually at about 42% of our 3-year-olds now. But we're only at about 16% of 2-year-olds served, 11% of 1-year-olds served, and 5% of infants served. And oftentimes we talk about when students enter kindergarten that they're very far behind. Well, in many cases, those students didn't have any programming for infant 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, and sometimes 4-year-old. So when they're getting to kindergarten, because that is now the only required grade start, remember pre-K is still not required. So when they get to kindergarten, that's when compulsory attendance is actually required. Some students may not have even attended a pre-K4 program. So a lot of times our kids enter school 2 or 3 years behind. And so when they get to 3rd grade, of course, they're remaining behind. So I want to talk about one thing that we're doing here in EBR to try to help this. What we know is if children receive a high quality early childhood care, they are less likely to require special education service, to be retained a grade in school, to drop out before high school graduation, to develop a chronic disease in adulthood, and to be engaged in the criminal justice system. So we know that research shows that consistently engaging these students in high quality early childhood programming helps. We have a planning process here, and that slide is not on the screen, but I can't provide it for backup. And step 1 in our planning process is to have a planning meeting with stakeholders. Step 2 in the planning process is to review our supply and demand in a specific area in the community. And then step 3 is to obtain board approval. So I wanted to talk about step 3 because that's where I am tonight. Okay, so if we look at the slide, a micro center, as we define it, is an innovative partnership, and what we have is an licensed early learning center that is located in a shared space. That could be a school. In our case, in EBR, that is a school. But you can also have micro centers in office buildings, community centers. But what they do is they leverage the spaces that we already have to deliver high quality care with increased efficiency and decreased costs. What does that mean? Well, we know that we have some school buildings in our district that are underutilized. So those schools are still open. Those classrooms many times become storage places or additional places. We already have utilities running to those places, water. So what the micro center does is it allows a high quality center to come in and deliver high quality care for children 3 and under. What that does, it takes our school system out of the licensing business. That is not our forte. Our forte is pre-K 4 and up. When you get into licensing, there are many guidelines that a lot of us don't realize were there until we really got into this business, that a child care center can do easily because that's their expertise. Right here we have a current traditional micro centers. We have London Bridge at Westminster Elementary, Kids Carousel at Crestworth Elementary, and Little Dreamers at Northeast Elementary. When we're looking at the partnership of our micro centers, we've divided that, and we have our early learning center responsibilities and then our EBR schools responsibilities. As you can see, the early learning center actually hires, orients, and supervises the teachers. They manage the payroll, benefits, and HR. So the teachers in these micro centers for the 3 and under students are not employees of the school system. They are employees of the child care program. The child care program maintains compliance with licensing. They track and manage enrollment and attendance, and they provide snacks. What our school system does is provide and maintain free or reduced cost space. Currently, we've been running them as free since 21-22, but we do have a provision that it says free or reduced costs. Provide ongoing teacher training and coaching, assist with the cost of equipment and furnishings if grant funding is available, because again, pre-K is not funded with general fund, we have to write grants. And then of course, assist with application and parent engagement. So there are some advantages to micro centers that I want to talk about, and you can stop me if you have a question about what I'm going through. I'm just trying to get through it here. So of course, it builds strong community relationships because it tells the child care providers that our school system is not in competition with them for their children. What we know is when pre-K 4 programs came and we had the LA4 program, because those programs were free for people that were eligible, a lot of children left child care centers and enrolled in our schools because it was free and parents needed that support. Well, what that did was it made it look like our school system was in competition with our child care. We don't want to have that relationship. We're a community of partners. So what this does, it continues to strengthen our relationship so that our child care centers are the full managers of the 3 and under, and we make sure we are the experts at pre-K 4 and up. It also aligns instruction and services for students because we ensure that our school system has Tier 1 curriculum, our child care system has Tier 1 curriculum. Most of our child cares are using Frog Street curriculum. Our pre-K 4 has just adopted Frog Street for next year. So right now you're going to have a continuity of Tier 1 curriculum from infancy all the way through pre-K 4. We also recruit in a more cohesive manner for the district. Once we get the students, they stay. I use all the time Crestworth, where we had one of our first micro centers. We started off with only 2 pre-K 4 classes. Our micro center enrolled 76 students. When it came time to go to pre-K 4, most of them wanted to stay, so we had to add another class of pre-K 4 because the parents liked the program and they saw the results. It also allows licensing regulations to be implemented and monitored by our early learning centers instead of our school administrators. And we have here 2 of our awesome principals, BR CVPA and BR Flame. I'm sure they are smiling when I talk about the management of the licensing program. And then it also increases families' access to quality early childhood seats. So, what is the proposal? Well, before I get into the proposal, I want to talk about some very special guests that we have in the audience. We have David Beach, who's the president and CEO of the Wilson Foundation. We had Ms. Jan Ross was here, who's the executive vice president of philanthropy. We also have, we had Ms. Stephanie Cargile, who's the VP of the EBR Foundation. And I've talked to you about Dr. Mora, principal of BR CVPA. Ms. Johnson was not able to make it, but she's the principal of Capital. And then we have Ms. Margaret, the principal of BR Flame. They're very important to this conversation that I'm about to discuss. There is something called the Early Childhood Education Fund. And I'm gonna go back to my talking point. Pre-K is not funded with general fund. We have to write grants. So with the Early Childhood Education Fund, it's something the state created that said, if you raise non-state, non-federal money, we will match you dollar for dollar. So this past year, our early childhood office worked in concert with the EBR Foundation, and we were able to raise over $150,000. That $150,000 is going to be matched by the state. Wilson Foundation was a donor of $100,000. So we absolutely thank them for their donation and looking at our work in early childhood expansion. We also had big donations of $25,000 from ADF and then $25,000 from Exxon. So I wanted to talk about, we also have a lot of small donors, but we appreciate that because every penny counts. When we're looking at those types of donations, similarly, when you look at New Orleans Parish, they fund their early childhood system because they passed a millage, and that millage raised $20 million. They were able to match it $20 million from the state, which put $40 million in their operating budget. Jefferson Parish, I think, did about $600,000, which puts $1.2 million in their budget. I think the smallest donation came in at Point Capee, but $2,000 still works because they got $4,000 to use. So we are right now on the board in EBR with raising over $150,000. So we're going to get that match for school year 24-25. So why did I bring that up? Because the first bullet talks about opening a micro center at Capitol Elementary using Early Childhood Education Fund. So I just explained to you what that was. So how do we get involved with the Wilson Foundation? As you know, they have the Opportunity Zone in 70802. And they were looking at how could we get the students in that Opportunity Zone to not only be engaged in our early childhood system, but also when they get to kindergarten, be on level and on time and watch their matriculation throughout our system all the way through. I'm sorry, that's my Plaquemine, Louisiana accent coming out. I'm gonna slow it down. Okay, I got you. I'm gonna try, I got you. I'm a little Cajun, but I got you right here. Okay. So what that did was that actually, when we're looking at the Micro Center at Capitol and what the Wilson Foundation is doing, we're looking at how do we make sure that the kids start here, starting at infancy, and then they're staying here. They're attending Capitol Elementary, and they're attending Park Elementary, then they're attending Capitol Middle, then they're attending Capitol High, and how we can watch that matriculation all the way through. Well, when we talked about this possibility of the Micro Center, and we pitched that idea, and we wrote that grant in concert with the EBR Foundation, they absolutely loved it. And they said, hey, if you do this in our Opportunity Zone at Capitol Elementary, we will grant you $100,000 to see this move forward. So this Micro Center at Capitol Elementary is not coming out of the pocket of our school system, general fund at all. We're using granted funds from the Wilson Foundation, and because they granted us enough funds for one class, the state is doubling it, and we're going to be able to get 2 classes. So we're super excited about that. So that would be a traditional Micro Center partnership. So our school system, I told you about the previous slide, what our responsibilities are. When we pick that child care provider, that high quality provider, we know what their responsibilities will be. What will happen is we're going to see this matriculation, and it's going to be an amazing affair, especially because our principal of Capitol Elementary will not have to be hands-on with the actual licensing process. I want to, before I get into that, I don't want to put him on the spot, but I want to put him on the spot. Dr. Moore, Ms. Morgan, would y'all come up here just really quickly? This is very important, and it's going to lead right into their presentation as well. I want them to talk about the impact of licensing. Look, she's smiling. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I owe you a Coke or something. I want them to talk about what the impact of licensing for 3s and under. They both love having the younger kids on campus, but I want them to talk about, from a principal's perspective, what that means on their campus.
Good evening. So licensing, I'm not sure if she wants the good about it or the bad about it, because it's a little bit of both.
And then talk about the logistics.
So our licensing process, we started last year. We had a lot of support from the early childhood department with going through that. I think when I got on that flame on July 3rd, they were already in that process. And so we were able to go through some professional development, some trainings, to kind of understand a little bit about some of the differences between the 4-year-olds and the 3-year-olds. At Flame, one of the things that we were also able to do as it related to the training funding to be eligible to support the 3-year-olds was get 2 other staff members involved, a paraprofessional and even a substitute, to kind of help out in the event that teachers had to be out, because those students have to have certain qualifications in their teachers. And so we wanted to make sure that if one of their teachers were sick or had personal problems, that we had somebody that could go in that classroom. So we were able to train other people to get that in that process. Through the licensing process, we got more in-depth training as it related to how to handle child abuse situations, and making sure that our kids are safe, not only when they are at school, but also when they're at home. We have been able to retain, or I won't say retain, but to support our EBR family by having some of those children to have applied and to be in our schools. We are looking right now at our students who are getting ready to go into the pre-K4 because they did have to reapply. And I think all but 2 have reapplied and been accepted into our 4-year-old program. So going through this process has been really interesting, and I've learned a lot, because I tell people all the time, by nature, I'm not an early childhood person, but I have enjoyed watching the teachers interact with these kids, watching the kids interact with each other's, and then being able to support the teachers with the kids and with their families. And I'll let Dr. Moore go from there.
Good evening, board and superintendent. Just want to be real brief without rehashing some of the things that were already said. It requires a lot of training and time to be a director of, you can just say, of an early childhood center. And so I'm all for the micro center, because you need the director to be full-time and to take care of all of the needs. I've had the pleasure of covering classes myself when people were absent because I had to, but I enjoy the kids. The 3-year-olds are wonderful, but I'm in support of that. At BRCVPA, we include our 3-year-olds in our arts program just so they can get a taste of what all the other students are, and we include them. And so we love our 3-year-olds, and so I'm all for the micro center. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much. Now, I love how Dr. Moore and Ms. Morgan both put it, but the reason Dr. Moore had to go in because the licensing requirements are so specific that he didn't have any other staff that met the specific licensing guidelines, which are more specific once you get to 3 and under. So he, as the principal, had to substitute in the class. Those are some of the things that we look at when we say, let's turn this into a traditional partnership, where our Type 3 Early Learning Center that we pick will operate those types of things and keeps the principal from having to leave their post because they only have the certification that's needed. So I want to get right into transitioning East Baton Rouge Parish School System run micro centers to micro center partnership models. So it's a little different than Capital. Capital, I want to start it off as a partnership model with a high quality center partnering with our school system. Right now, the micro centers at Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts and Baton Rouge Flame are actually East Baton Rouge Parish School System micro centers, meaning we have certified teachers that teach it. We have our paras that are in it. We're paying benefits and all that because we had what's called a Reimagine grant. The Reimagine grant has now ended. So in order for us to keep that micro center, then we would have to take on the costs of the teacher salary and benefits, which would be in excess of about $400,000 for both schools. We need to be able to sustain this program without putting them on our general fund. And again, our pre-K4 grants that we have won't take students under 3. So we were faced with a challenge. And the way that we want to conquer that challenge is to turn these into traditional micro center partnerships. I want to talk about the rationale. So at Capital Elementary, the rationale is the Wilson Foundation dedicated funds to increase access for young students. It will gain exposure to high quality instruction for kindergarten readiness. Of course, it'll retain the students in our schools and unify the Capital community of schools. At BRCVPA and BR Flame, we want to sustain the Reimagine grant funded students by using this partnership approach. Parents, if we go with having an early learning center be the operator at BRCPPA and BR Flame, parents will still get priority enrollment for pre-K4 at the site. So just like now they're in pre-K3, they automatically get to pre-K4. That's still going to be something we do. But in this case, eligible parents can actually use our state's child care assistance program to fund tuition, because if we kept it, it would have to be a tuition program and we'd have to charge a lot of tuition to keep it. However, if we go it with an early learning center, the parents become eligible for funds that we would not be eligible for if they stayed in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System run situation. And then last, parents not eligible would be charged a max flat rate tuition of $525 per month, which is lower than the current market value. So I want to talk about the current market value. In preparation for possible questions, I asked some of our current micro centers to tell us about how much it costs to run their center a month. Kids Carousel at Crestworth says her costs are about $17,000 a month. That's not including, of course, mortgage and utilities, because our school system covers that. At London Bridge at Westminster, she says it still costs her about $12,000 a month for these centers. Currently, at $17,000 a month, if we divided it across the 22 students she had, each student would have to pay $800 and something a month in order to stay at that child care center. But because our school system is in a partnership, she flat rates them at $500 max. And some of them are actually child care assistants. We are saving parents in excess of $400 and $500 a month by entering into this approach, using buildings that already have places for people to go, that already have utility, that already have energy. So this is our system's way of not having to pay anything into the program, but still expanding early childhood. So this is a budget neutral thing. This is all about just making sure that we get the most kids ready for kindergarten on level and on time. Thank you.
So do I still need to read it? She just does
presentation.
request to speak. Me, I guess. I'll put myself in the queue. Ms. Griffin, you stole all of my, no, you don't have to come back up. You stole all of my thunder. All the stuff you got up here and talked about was stuff I wanted to talk about. No, I'm not gonna say it again. I'm not gonna say it again, but Ms. Griffin and I went to visit the Crestworth site, and we really kind of had an emotional moment there around all the kids, because I really did not know or understand how in-depth that program was. You gave a lot of information, but the one thing I want to go back and point out, you said be engaged. Well, we talk about 16,117 kids economically disadvantaged. I hate code words. All you're saying there is poor black and brown children. But understand this, economically, poverty doesn't know a nationality. So I just like to say, I hate code language. We have 16,117 children in East Baton Rouge Parish that aren't being served. So when you talk about special education, be retained in grade school, drop out before high school, develop chronic disease as adults, be engaged in the criminal justice system. A lot of things that we're trying to do in this community, it's like trying to build an airplane in mid-flight. Let's take care of our children now. Let's take care of them when they're still children, and you won't have to try to fix a broken man. If we take care of our children, make sure they get fair and equitable education starting at infancy, then a lot of the problems we have in this community, we won't have them anymore. But it's going to take people who understand the benefits, the true benefits of education. 29,047 children under the age of 5. I got 3 great grandbabies included in that number. 3. So I know how important this is. Ms. Griffin, you kind of had me at hello, okay, when you came in the room with this one. Thank you for the presentation. Any other comments? So, go ahead, Mike, put you in the queue.
Yeah, I just want to, I see him sitting out in the audience. I just want to give Mr. Beach a shout out for all the work that the Wilson Foundation does within our parish. And this is a wonderful example of how we can work together to get really good things accomplished. So thank you for your foundation. I know it's not all your work, but thank you for your foundation and the people working with you, and to the Wilson family who put that foundation together. So it's a great thing you're doing for our community, and I'm glad that you're part of our community. Thank you.
No one else in the queue. Move the item C1. Consideration of request for the approval of the conversion of the Type 3 Early Learning Center Micro Center at BR Flame to a Type 3 Early Child Care Provider. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, CCAP, B3. Reduced tuition, Dr. Griffin and Ms. Warren. Is there a motion? Motion by Ms. Stewart, second by Mr. Goday. Okay, we'll move on to any comments from the board? Comments from the public? Okay, cool. Can we vote, please? Open the voting machines, please. Came back to the board? No comments? Vote. Open machines,
Open the
please.
machines? Okay. Please vote.
Please vote. No questions. I mean, Ms. Warren knocked it out the park. No questions.
I'm sorry, Griffin.
Ms. Griffin. Okay. Dr. Griffin. Okay. Okay. Now we'll move to item C2. Consideration for the request of approval.
She gotta say whether it pays or not.
Did it pass? I'm sure it did. Okay. I'm trying to go. Okay. Okay. Item 2C. Consideration for request for the approval of a conversion of Type 3 Early Learning Center, Micro Center, BRVCPA to a Type 3 Early Child Care Provider, Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, CCAP, B3, Reduced Tuition, Dr. Griffin, Ms. Warren. Motion by Ms. Stewart, second by Mr. Russ. No comments on the board, no comments on the public. Any comments on the board? Any comments from the public? All right. Back to comments from the board. Okay. Call for a vote, please.
Please vote.
I know, it's just us. Okay. I know. Was that a public comment?
The motion carries.
Okay. Okay. Move to item C3, Capital Elementary Child Care. Item consideration. Considering the request of the approval of the conversion of a Type 3 Early Learning Center, Micro Center at Capital Elementary to a Type 3 Early Childhood Provider, Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, ECE Funds, Dr. Griffin and Ms. Warren. Motion, Ms. Stewart, second by Mr. Goday. Comments from the board? Comments from public. Miss April, did the young lady turn in a card? Please.
Good evening, everybody. Hi, that's my assistant principal right there, Mr. Moore. He's the man. So I have a 3-year-old, and he is enrolled in the pre-K through program in EBR. I am a product of. Sorry.
State your name, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, guys. Good evening. My name is Shawan Washington. Sorry, I just got off work, but I've been here the whole time. So I have a 3-year-old that's enrolled in pre-K 3. I am a product of EBR parish school system. My mom has been teaching for 20-some years, Coach Hill at Westdale, and I have just been blessed to see the possibilities and opportunities that people have in EBR. I know for a fact Kidoscope is a part of the early child care network, and it was ranked #1. And I can tell you for a fact, my baby had a bunch of different needs. As a young mom, my kid was misdiagnosed with an ear infection, had ear tubes, could not hear, speech delayed, speech denied, and was told to get put on medication and be a zombie. However, by the grace of God, I put my baby in Kidoscope and took him from another school and put him in Kidoscope. That is partner in the early child care program. And I can tell you now, my child did a complete 180. So, and I am a part of child care, and they pay for child care. And I was paying $275 a week, and I'm paying $20. And I'm working my butt off. To be very honest with you, I see my kid when it's time to drop him off at school or weekends. Because if I'm not working as a pharmacy tech at my home location, I'm at another store. Because time is running out, and I cannot do this forever, and I do want to spend time with my kid. So, us parents, we're working as hard as we can, and we do appreciate everything that people do to go out their way to make sure that our kids have it. And it does start at infancy. It does start at infancy. Our kids need it. Our kids need it. We need it. As parents, we just try our best. Sorry. As parents, we just try our best. So anything and everything you could do for our kids would be highly appreciated. Because Kidoscope has been a blessing to mine, just to even be considered in pre-K 3. A year ago, I would have told you I would have never brought my kid to a screening because I just knew for a fact he would have needed so much help. So any and everything you all consider for the pre-K 3, pre-K 4, and the elementary, it starts there. And it's a beautiful thing that you all are doing at the Capitol because my grandfather is Roman Bates. So for you all to keep that legacy alive, because it takes the community to raise us. So it's great to be a part of this meeting. Feels like an adult. But I ain't got much to say. I'm not the most articulate or professional, but just thank you for your time and consideration. So.
Thank you. Back to board comment. Any comments from the board? Public? Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn, reconvene at 7:27 for the Operations Committee.
I'm out.
Call to order the Operations Committee meeting Thursday, April 11th, 2024. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Here.
District 7, Mr. Godey.
Here.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 8, Ms. Zule.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, first we'll go to item B, presentations, McKinley Tax Plan Project Update. We will call representatives from CSRS Tillage to present. I'm going to ask that we try to keep this entire section to about 10 to 15 minutes total. That includes board comment, just for the sake of time. Thank you.
Everyone. As stated, this is a presentation for McKinley Senior High School, progress update on the major renovation project. Where we are to date is the RFQ to select architects will air Monday, April 15th. There is a typo in here. It says the 17th, but it is the 15th. Superintendent Smith has confirmed the selection committee. You see it boxed out where you see district leadership representative, a school leadership representative, facilities representative, fair share, program representative, and a community person. Also listed is the schedule for that RFQ. It will advertise beginning again Monday, April 15th. It will advertise 3 weeks in a row. From there, we'll have a pre-proposal meeting on May 2nd. Deadline for questions. We will respond to those questions by May 8th. The submissions are due on the 21st. From there, we will have written reviews of the written submissions by the committee and schedule oral interviews. At the same time, school and district leadership have been in meetings with CSRS Tillage just to review and discuss the school's programming, the academic programming, so that it can inform the building program. And we're having or scheduling regular follow-up meetings for those items. We're approximately 85% complete with the building program, so as soon as the architects have been selected and approved to go into contract, we should be ready to proceed with design. School leadership and our office have a weekly scheduled meeting where, again, we're just kind of ironing through the needs of the facilities to support all of the academic programming. Currently, also at the same time, swing space is under review by the district, and at some point very soon will be forthcoming to the board for approval. That will be for the starting for the 25-26 school year. At this moment, the proposed space is Kenilworth. However, again, district leadership is reviewing that for a final recommendation. Through the process of the RFQ, we anticipate design getting kicked off in August. And then we have engaged with the Fair Share program just to ensure that the district's goal of 20% is met with minority and women-owned business participation. And here, just an overall tax plan schedule. It starts from the year one of phase 4, and it goes on through year 2030 for the new schools and major renovations and classroom additions. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the board, committee members? Seeing none, I'll put myself in the queue. Thank you for the update on McKinley. I know this is something that came up in a recent meeting. And as far as I can see, looks like we're on track with the plan to be on time when this project should start. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Right,
I know nothing's ever on time, truly, right? I know that we have an oversight committee meeting coming up later this month, right towards the end of the month. Will you guys be delivering like a more broad overview of all the different projects that are in design or in construction at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So that being said, I would encourage our public and our committee members to attend the Oversight Committee meeting where you'll see a more broad idea of what CSRS is overseeing for us, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Goday.
Yes, my only question here is we're still in the process of determining what and if we might buy property
Correct.
in the area. Okay, so that's still working through the system.
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, General Counsel will be meeting with the Realtor just to kind of talk through that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other names in the queue, I think that'll wrap it up. That was nice and easy and painless. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item C, items for consideration. Item C1, contract agreement, program management services. Consideration of a request for the approval of a contract agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and CSRS Tillage for program management services in the amount of $6,762,196.45 over a 5-year period. Do we have a motion? Mr. Goday moves. A second? Ms. Sule, thank you. Board comment. Mr. Goday, you still, that's an old one. Any new board comments? Seeing none, I will move to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
There is an internet comment.
Okay, please read that, Vice
Okay.
President Martin.
Thank you. From Dr. James Finney, he says, I think it would be appropriate to solicit proposals from other groups that might be interested in competing for this contract. Perhaps CSRS Tillage is still the best partner, but there's no way to determine that without asking for proposals.
Thank you.
That's all.
Seeing no other public comment, I will move back to the board. Put myself into the queue. Just want to mention that Mr. Shamlin did do the diligence on this contract. Do you have anything to add on the background of the contract with CSRS for us?
Just some basic general information. It is an extension or amendment extension of the original contract from 2013, which has been extended several times and amended several times. What's important here to understand is that the rate for the program manager, CSRS, has not changed. In fact, based on my research, the rate has been the same since 1999 when we began to work with them. So they've been gracious enough to keep the rate steady and stable for us. But other than that, the terms are pretty specific. It's a 5-year extension. It would encompass the remaining time of the current tax plan before us. And the board would be able to, of course, revisit this at the end of the term of the tax plan, as well as this contract term.
Thank you. And so as I understand it, the rate as we describe it, it is a rate based upon the volume of work that they are going to oversee on behalf of the school system, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So the contract amount, total amount might change, but the rate has stayed the same and they have not changed that as far as we know since 1999.
That's correct. The contract amount is determined by the number of projects and the cost of those projects.
Okay. I do believe, you know, as public servants and stewards of taxpayer dollars, we want to take time to do our diligence. I do think that it's hasty to try to make a change in the middle of a 10-year tax plan that we're in many projects are being overseen by this organization. But I do believe that we need to think about when it's appropriate, just as public servants, to put this out to bid, and that might be an appropriate time at the start of the next tax plan, just so that we can say as a system we're doing our job. But without that, Mr. Smith, you're in the queue.
No, Mr. Rush, actually, you've kind of taken the words out of my mouth. I would hope that the board would take this renewal under consideration, that since we are in the mid-year of the tax plan, 10-year tax plan, and from my institutional knowledge, we've worked with CSR over the past almost 20 years with current different tax plans, and so I would just encourage the board to take this under consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 2, school closure and relocation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following. A, closure of White Hills Elementary. B, relocation of Brownsfield Elementary to 11615 Ellen Drive with a new attendance zone encompassing the combined area of the former attendance zones for White Hills and Brownsfields Elementary Schools and maintaining the Brownsfields Elementary Site Code. Ms. Williams, Ms. Okonski. Can I have a motion? Mr. Gode, a second. Ms. Sule, thank you. Any board comment? Seeing none, move to public comment. Do you have any?
We have one internet comment.
Thank you.
From Dr. James Finney. Combining the two site codes should have happened years ago when students from the two attendance zones started attending the same classes in the same rooms with the same teachers. Whenever the new school in Brownfields is completed and White Hills vacated, great care should be taken to maintain the White Hills campus and to find its next best use.
Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none, move to board comment. Put myself in the queue real quick. Mr. Smith or whomever might be the best person. What is the plan? Do we have any plan for White Hills Elementary at this time?
At this point, no. It's been used for swing space for Brown Hills, and so this is a taxpaying project. Brownsfield has been cohabitating the White Hills for the past 2 years, and as I can appreciate, Brownsfield is expected to come online in August. And there will be a consolidation of attendance zone, but to actually answer the question right now, that site has just solely been used as swing space, and so at this point, once Brownsfield and White Hills move out, we don't have an actual plan at this point how that space will be used for the upcoming year.
Okay. So another vacant building we got to put together a plan for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other board comment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
Are we missing a vote? Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 3, school relocation, J.K. Haynes Teacher Prep and Leadership Academy. Consideration of a request to relocate and house J.K. Haynes Teacher Prep and Leadership Academy at the Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Magnet Academy site for the 2024-2025 school year. Do we have a motion? Mr. Ballou, a second. Mr. Gode. Board comments. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. I guess this is a question for Mrs. Smith. With combining the sites, I recognize one's going to be pre-K 6 or K6 and the other one's in middle school, but will we be able to achieve any savings by only operating one site? Will there be any personnel savings and things like that that we can do where we would have, I recognize we'll have different students on different sites. And then my second question is, what is going to be the arrangements to keep the little kids away from the middle school kids?
Some of the presentation that we have, a brief presentation, but there will be some cost savings as far as with not maintaining the J.K. Haynes facilities, and also with, there may be some opportunity where you can share resources as far as with maybe ancillary staff with some of the electives. So not a whole lot, but just small, because they're both are very small schools at this time. No more than three, combined there would be no more than 300 kids.
Well, that should be a reason to be able to save more, because you're combining two smalls into something bigger. If you have a presentation, I'd love to see it.
Yes. I mean, it's up to the chair.
Yeah, so I forgot that we had a presentation here, so if we could, Mr. Smith, please, let's do that, if that's okay with you, Mr. Gode.
Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Womack. I'm the Director of Grant Management for the Office of Innovative and Specialized Programs, and I've been assisting with the Focused Choice Schools. So we'll go ahead and get started. Right now, Scotlandville Middle is a magnet school with a pre-engineering theme. J.K. Haynes is a Focused Choice School with a Teacher Prep and Leadership Academy theme. Some of the reasons we're asking to move J.K. Haynes to SPEMA is the J.K. Haynes building needs substantial capital improvements. Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Magnet Academy offers a better building conditions and has the space to accommodate all of the students. SPEMA also was once an elementary school and equipped to accommodate the pre-K and kindergarten classes that are currently at J.K. Haynes. Scotlandville is geographically close to J.K. Haynes, so we're ensuring convenience for families, making sure that they're not having to go outside of their geographical area. All core content teachers at J.K. Haynes are working towards certification. Both schools are theme-based, and they're both defined both have a defined application process. And going to your question earlier about how being able to keep them separate, the building is large enough we'll be able to separate them into different buildings. So this is enrollment information for Scotlandville and J.K. Haynes. Currently this year, Scotlandville has 202 students, with 81 of them being 6th graders, 71 7th graders, and 50 8th graders. There's 102 students currently at J.K. Haynes. Mr. Johnson provided me with a projection enrollment for next year. So he's projecting Scotlandville for 201 and J.K. Haynes for 102. I did contact the pre-K office this morning, and they have 20 seats slotted for pre-K for J.K. Haynes for next year, 14 of which are filled so far. The current grades at Scotlandville are 6th through 8th grade. J.K. Haynes has pre-K through 6th this year, but currently there are no 6th graders. They didn't have anyone to apply for 6th grade, and their 5th graders did not move up like we thought. Current applications for next school year for SPEMA is 52. 16 of those 52 are eligible. And for J.K. Haynes, we have 4 applications for next school year right now. Oh, and the building capacity for Scotlandville is 762 students, so we won't even be near that capacity by combining both.
Mr. Morales. Can you speak a little bit about the current J.K. Haynes facilities?
Yes, so last year we occupied that building. We spent about a little north of $450,000 between structural repairs, painting, updates, renovations to get us in there. We even had some of the mechanical that was down at the time when we took occupancy of the building. There was problems with the chillers and whatnot. That building is got a lot of deferred maintenance. You have rusted chiller pipes and heater pipes and all that stuff. It's not in good condition. It's not a great building to be in and stay in long term. And we really need to determine what we're going to do with that building even after the fact. You have a brand new multi-family housing unit right next door to them. The paint's peeling off the backside of the building. It's in pretty rough shape.
If that's the bulk of the presentation, I'll go back to Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. If you, Mr. Smith, if you'd be so kind as to refresh my memory, J.K. Haynes was a charter. We took it back in as a focused choice with a view of teacher prep. Does it only go through 6th grade, or was there a high school component to that?
I will let staff speak to that, but I believe it was a high school component built onto that. But as you heard in the presentation, for whatever reason, I don't know why those families did not decide to say the 5th graders didn't roll up to 6th grade. So I don't know if it was a facility issue or for whatever reason. So we were supposed to have 7th graders for the upcoming year, so we don't have any.
Okay.
It's supposed to be adding a grade level every year until we get to 12th grade. We were supposed to have 6th grade this year, 7th grade next year, but the 5th graders they were intending to move up chose other places to go, and so we ended up with no 6th graders this year.
So as we go through this, we're going to work on facility plans and all this sort of stuff. But you know, one of the things I learned is if you're going to fail quick and fail cheap. So if that concept isn't workable, and we just need to keep it as an elementary school, you know, we need to be able to consider all of those items. That you know, we don't have to be married to. That's going to go through. I know we had some relationships with Southern and things like that, but it would be 5 years from now before we'd even get into anything with Southern. So just something as we need to keep in mind as we go forward. I know that J.K. Haynes' name is very important to the community, so I'm not trying to do anything with that at all. But as we go forward, I'm not saying let's do anything now, but as we go forward, we might want to rethink what J.K. Haynes actually is. Correct. As we go forward. Thank you.
Ms. Soule.
Yeah, my question was, so when I look at the enrollment for next year for 6th grade, y'all have 19 5th graders, is that correct? And one new one for 6th grade, or only one of those 19 5th graders have said they're coming back for 6th grade?
They are expecting all 19 of the 5th graders to come back, but they do not have official. That's just, I talked to the principal today. She's expecting them to stay.
Okay.
She's been talking to parents and families.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Soule. I put myself in the queue. Mr. Morales, the J.K. Haynes site as it stands, I get the concept. We've put a bunch of money in there already. There's still a lot of issues. Are there emergent safety issues or anything incredibly compelling why we must do this at this time?
So you don't have anything structural that we know about at this time. We went through structurally and changed some beams and whatnot, had it assessed. Don't know of anything structurally that's rotten at this point. You do have some ADA compliant issues that you have in a building that age, which you have at plenty of buildings that age. So you do have that issue. Again, it's just keeping up with that building, maintaining that building is your biggest component. A lot of your mechanical equipment and whatnot is outdated. It's 20 plus years old. So trying to get motors for some of them may seem to be hard sometimes or whatnot when you have that kind of stuff. So
we're looking at what could potentially be a continued money pit, if you will, trying to house children when we've got capacity in another school, right?
Correct. Yeah, and you have SPEMA that has capacity. It has buildings that are not being used. It's a newer building when you consider it. That original building was built in 1951. I forget what the exact capacity percentage is right now, but it's very low. So you have room for it. You also have 3 classrooms there that have bathrooms already in them, because you have to accommodate for a pre-K class at J.K. Haynes that's going to have to go there. So you have 3 classes that already have the bathrooms. You might have to lower the sinks or get a smaller toilet, but that's minor in the grand scheme of things. There's also another 12 classes that have sinks. While that may be like, oh, what's the purpose of a sink? But if you have a pre-K 4, you might not have to have the bathroom in the classroom. You might be able to get away with the one that has a sink nearby for them to wash hands, but a nearby restroom. So there's some flexibility there of what we can do with that. Correct.
Okay. And that was my next question is, we're talking about a middle school design, and we're going to move in some much younger groups of students. What are we going to have to do to get that building ready for them, right? Like, do they have playgrounds? Do they have pre-K appropriate playgrounds? Do they have the bathrooms? And what is the cost that we're talking about retrofitting this school to fit elementary?
So you have some minor renovations, like I said, in the restrooms. If you have to put a smaller toilet in there, they do not have playground equipment, but we will install a new piece of playground equipment over there next year anyway. Matter of fact, we just finished 4 playground installations. BR CVPA, BR Flame, and Melrose all got some this year. And so next year, Magnolia Woods is one that's without playground equipment right now, so it's on our radar. And we can put one at SPEMA to accommodate those kids moving there.
Okay. I think some of my concerns about this is we're creating another vacant building. So how easy and what are we going to do to secure this building that's already fallen apart, and can we keep it safe? You're talking about there's a multifamily housing right next door to it. What kind of issues are we creating in that?
So our vacant buildings, not to get off track, but our vacant buildings, we moved to a bi-monthly inspection process with those, where they go out and check them bi-monthly, do a reporting to see, hey, is everything locked, or gates locked, or doors locked, or lights turned off, that kind of stuff, and report back to us anything that needs to be secured or whatnot. They will do on site if they can. If there's something that needs to be taken care of by the district or a bigger need, whether it be people dumping tires and that kind of stuff, then they'll report it to us and we'll get it taken care of. They'll also be walking through with law enforcement, with our safety and security department, just to make sure in case anybody's squatting or any of that stuff. Because you're right, in the multifamily housing, no different than any of our other facilities, we're going to be worried, what's going to happen with this? How are we going to, keep people from trespassing and squatting in here? And that's a big issue we have as a district, is what are we going to do with all of these buildings that are vacant? What is our big plan to take care of these?
Yeah.
And to add, one of the other reasons why I supported this recommendation for staff is that when you look at the enrollment, you see that students are leaving. And then you also heard in the presentation that all of the teachers are seeking certification. So what that means is that we have a challenge with recruiting certified teachers in that location. And so essentially those 100 and some odd students are being serviced by teachers that are not certified.
So I think this kind of leads into my next question, Mr. Smith, and thank you, Mr. Morales, about combining these two completely different schools into one building. Is there a precedent for how you do this effectively? What does it mean when we're looking at SPS scores, site codes, and what is the practicality of ostensibly having two schools by name in one location? I guess, what is our long-term plan if we do this for this community,
Okay, good evening, everybody. I know this is my first time speaking right here. I don't think I've ever stood here before. But I wanted to say thank you for all of the conversation that has taken place. First, I want to ask my colleagues if you will please consider either deferring this item or sending it to the full board without recommendation. And I hope that someone will make that motion for one reason and one reason only. Ms. Davis, the principal of SPEMA, is desiring additional information in regards to this particular item, and I feel as though that is our due diligence to give her that. Also, just in thinking about this particular school is in District 3, and of course I am very familiar from when it was Harding Elementary to J.K. Haynes, and yes, I do agree, as you've mentioned, Mr. Gode, as well, that it's important that we acknowledge the family, but we also need to think about the fact that for Scotlandville area is an engineering community. So what that means is that SPEMA is Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Academy. And then of course Scotlandville High, their flagship program is engineering. And so just as you mentioned, Mr. Gode, I know we attempted to start a focused choice that was a teacher program, and of course I would enjoy that, I would love that, but in reality, does that fit within what is happening regionally within that particular area? Seems like there should be something that is a flagship pre-engineering elementary that may be something that we can consider in the future. But at the same time, I know that I'm sure when public comment begins that Ms. Davis will speak as well, but I urge you and I ask that you will consider either deferring this item and or sending it to the full board without recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. I'll finish my comment in saying that what I wanted to get to is I think this item does need a little bit more work. I'm really hesitant to make decisions like this without a broader picture of what the school ecosystem looks like in that region, as well as just as a whole, as a school system, what we're trying to achieve and what does that community need. But I also don't want kids to suffer because we're not resourcing them and putting them in a great facility. So I think we need to weigh that out, and I'd like to have Mr. Smith and your team do a little bit more work on this to bring it back before the board. I can't move that, I don't think, because I'm the chair, but if anybody would entertain sending this without recommendation, Mr. Gode.
Thank you. I'd like to withdraw, I'm going to try to follow the rules of order here. I'd like to withdraw my motion from the table and add a separate motion to say that we would send this without recommendation to the regular board meeting.
Mr. Blue was the maker on that motion.
Yes, I was about to say Mr. Blue.
Yeah, I think an amendment is fine. I'm willing to amend it to be sent to the full board.
Yeah, I withdrew my motion and made a new motion to send it without recommendation. So you can second my motion.
Well, Mr. Blue made the motion, so I believe he either has to, yes. So he can choose to amend it, or he can withdraw it, and we can just make a new motion, which will save us some time.
Mr. Blue, can I advise you simply withdraw your current
Sure,
motion?
I'll withdraw it, and I'll second Mr. Gode's suggestion.
I apologize. I thought I had made the motion. That's why I did that. Sorry to step on your toes there.
Okay. So, Mr. Gode moves. Mr. Blue withdraw his motion. It's removed from the table. Mr. Gode moves to send this item to the full board without recommendation. Second by Mr. Blue. Thank you. Okay. Board comment? Seeing none. Oh.
I apologize. There was one online comment on that
We're about to
item.
get to public comment.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Public comment. So first we have Ms. Jeanette Davis.
Good evening. As previously stated, I'm the principal at Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Magnet Academy. While I understand the apparent need for J.K. Haynes to relocate due to the condition of their current space, I do not believe that simply making a decision to relocate to a building based on brick and mortar capacity is in the best interest of the stability and growth of the programs that our teachers and students have worked very hard to build. For example, one of our science teachers received a $20,000 grant this school year to renovate and supply our science lab. Other spaces that would probably be impacted are our SPEMA newsroom, graphic design lab, engineering design lab, robotics lab, and esports lab. There have not been any discussions regarding which spaces or the number of spaces that are needed or the logistics which would be involved in making such a move to our campus. Just to clarify a few things, the building that is currently configured was renovated prior to 2012 to be a middle school. So some of the previous things that may have been done for an elementary school when it was renovated for after Hurricane Katrina are not in place as they were then. Additionally, as I said, consideration has been given to the students at J.K. Haynes, but consideration and full disclosure have not been given to the students or parents at Scotlandville Pre-Engineering. So before you make the decision to move J.K. Haynes into Scotlandville Pre-Engineering, I invite you to come and visit our school to see what great things are going on there as we are presently configured. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stephanie McCoy.
Hello, I'm the school counselor at SPEMA, and I'm gonna just piggyback off of some of the things. I had my notes, but I can condense what I was gonna say. What my principal just reiterated, that we were reconfigured from an elementary to total middle school. They made reference to bathrooms with sinks, but we have an ESS population with those 3 classrooms. We have a severe and profound, we have an autism, and we have a generic special that are based in those classes with bathrooms. So that's just kind of misnomer to say that we're equipped for elementary classes, and we're not. And the things that they made reference to, I had the pleasure to go count when we were just blindsided with this information today. There are 6 sinks in a science lab that's being retrofitted. And there are sinks in the special ed bathrooms, and there are sinks in our art classroom and in our home ec room. So saying that there are sinks in the classroom that are prepared for elementary is not factual. So I implore you guys to come and take a tour and see what's really there, because I would hate the repercussions for us making a hasty decision and not considering the devastation it would have on the current program. Now, our numbers dropped a lot after COVID. And then right after COVID, we introduced all these focused choice schools. And so we have several schools in our area, Crestworth, J.K. Haynes, and all those, even some from Glen Oaks and Park Forest, we're picking from the same group of students. So that made a huge impact on our population. And at the same time after COVID, myself and the magnet coordinator both were gone, and so that impacted recruiting. But now that we're back, we have a new magnet coordinator, and the numbers are projected even greater. She's been having tours this whole week. And so I would hate to see the impact this decision would cost the students at SPEMA. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Mr. Martin, we have internet comments.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. James Finney submitted a comment. Obviously, this was on the original item as included in the agenda. But he says at that time, based on that original option, I have no objection to merging J.K. Haynes Elementary and Scotlandville, but it would be absurd to maintain 2 site codes, 2 administrations, 2 employee rosters, 2 student rosters, and the illusion that there are 2 separate schools. Also, great care should be taken to secure and maintain the Harding Haynes Elementary campus for whatever possible future use best serves the community.
Thank you. Back to board comment. Any comments from the board? Seeing none, we'll now call for a vote. This is to vote on to send this item to the full board without recommendation. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll now move to item C4, RFP, Data Aggregation Project School Facilities. Consideration of a request authorizing the superintendent and staff to issue a request for proposals for a data aggregation project as phase 1 of a broader intended facilities master plan. Such data aggregation project to be completed by August 15th, 2024, and incorporating existing information regarding the following: enrollment and demographic data from all publicly available sources, as well as other recently conducted local studies, an updated facilities inventory that includes building condition, and an analysis of both capacity and utilization, an update on ongoing and completed tax plan projects. In addition, the project should also develop and document for recommendation to the board guidelines for optimal school facility characteristics, establish standards for ranking facilities plan priorities. The Operations Committee Chair and Co-Chair are authorized to review submitted responses to the RFP and make a recommendation for acceptance to the board leadership with final approval at a regular meeting of the board. Mr. Rust and Mr. Godet. We have a motion.
I'll move.
Mr. Godet moves, and a second? Ms. Sule. Thank you. Comments from the board? All right, I'll go ahead and move into the queue, and just want to mention this item. So this is something that the board leadership and as along with Mr. Godet, we collaborated on to hopefully start to tackle a phase 1, if you will, of how we're going to think about what's going on with our facilities in EBR schools. As we mentioned just in this meeting tonight, we've got a number of vacant buildings and probably more to come. We have schools that are underperforming. We have schools that are under-enrolled. We have schools that are full to the brim. And we need a clear picture in the now of what our blueprint looks like, where our problems and our successes lie. We need that delivered to the board and to the public in a way that's digestible and understandable. And so this would hopefully prepare us to start to tackle what those problems can be solved with by the fall. The hope would be that by the 2025-26 school year, we can make some impacts that will, or excuse me, some decisions that will impact that school year in a positive way, in a way that resources kids, in a way that puts kids in better facilities to get better education. So that all being said, hopefully we get some great proposals for this from some of our vendors and partners. And yeah, looking forward to seeing some of this work done. Thanks. Moving to public comment. Any public comments? Seeing none, move back to board comment. Any comments from the board? All right, seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
I'll take it.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, real quick before we adjourn, I forgot to bring this up at the top of the meeting. We passed an item at the last regular board meeting about fiscal transparency. One of those conditions was that we would start to see a regular report to this committee about ongoing or new or updated contracts, CEAs, MOUs, things of that nature. Mr. Smith, could you give us an update on that?
Yes, what we would like to do is bring that report at the April's full board meeting. The reason why I say October is because part of that policy, we have to go back 2 years, January 2022, to pull any contracts, MOUs, and things of that nature. So we're in the process of doing that. This policy was adopted March 21st, which is maybe about 2 or 3 weeks. And so if we can bring that at the full April board meeting, and then from there on after, we'll bring it at the committee to hold, well, not the committee to hold, the finance or the operations committee as is stated in the policy.
Okay, great. So so we should see a report of March activity.
March activities.
At the next regular board meeting.
And then in May, you'll see a report at the finance committee of April's activity.
Thank you. Excellent. Just wanted to make sure that didn't go without saying. Okay. Does anybody want to call for adjournment?
I move we adjourn.
We are adjourned.
Let's go ahead and start this other special meeting.
Let's do 2 minutes to get our members up on the dais that are missing.
They should know that we was coming, so I think they should come on. Like, I think this taking longer than what we planned to do.
Okay, good evening. Last meeting of the night. It's Thursday, April 11, 2024. Our special meeting is now called to order. Somebody hit a gavel for me. There we go. All right. Okay, so our item for tonight is item B1.
We need a roll call.
Oh, roll call. I'm sorry. Did I
District-
say special meeting though? I did. Okay,
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Item B1, items for consideration. Item 1, RFQQ selection. Consideration of a request for the approval of board leadership's recommendation to select Cognia Incorporated as a consultant to provide community engagement services related to the superintendent search and selection process, and to authorize board leadership and general counsel to negotiate and execute a contract. Is there a motion? Okay.
So moved.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time. I have entered into the queue. I just wanted to share with you all, we know that a few meetings back, we attempted to start a community engagement process with emergent consultant, and the request of our constituents and our colleagues was that we would return with an RFQ process. We did receive some proposals. Mr. Clement, would you like to come and speak to this? Oh, because I know he went and put his tie and his jacket on. Come on. You look nice, by the way.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. Yeah, I'm Jordan Clements, Director of Procurement. I work with board leadership with this RFQ that was put out. Yeah, so do you want me to go through the timeline of events or just go through? Okay. Yep.
Be as detailed but as short as possible.
I can do that. Yes, ma'am. So our first advertisement for this solicitation went out on March 15th. The second advertisement went out on March 22nd. We also held a pre-proposal conference on March 26th at 10 a.m. This was a mandatory conference to submit a proposal. And so we had quite a few attendees. This was also listed in the solicitation. It was a virtual meeting, but we provided that information publicly to attend. The next, we had to, from there, we had a deadline for questions and addendums, which was complied with. That was March 28th. The qualifications were due on April 3rd. We did receive 3 responsive proposals, which were evaluated by the committee, and the decision was brought here tonight based on those proposals.
Thank you. And the committee was simply made up of myself and Vice President Martin. Okay. All right. That's the reason why I entered the queue. I just wanted to make sure that all the details were shared. And at this point, we will now hear further comments from the board, if there are any. Okay. Comments from the public. Ms. Jackson.
Thank y'all so much. Welcome, Ms. Sule. Good to see you. Congratulations. I would have done this online because it was such a weird night, but unfortunately, and I want to bring this to your attention, there's a 1,000-character limit on the online comment, which is not equal to 3 minutes. So I think if we could look at that about what we're offering the public online, especially on these nights, and thank y'all for trying this committee structure. So I want to thank you all for doing this RFQQ, because I think it was the step in the right direction for a community engagement process. I really do. And I would also like to thank you all for being willing to speak with us. I understand some of you think that we are trying to micromanage a process, or we are, taking up your time with discussions, but we are simply community members that, especially for this, our voice does matter, because this process, the selection of a superintendent, is us. And I really have to say that. So we asked for 3 days to have more information around the scores around these firms and the 3 that were being considered, and we didn't get it. We got a aggregate score while we knew that there were 5 categories. Those 5 categories are very important. Some are more important to others. Cost is very important. I've been up at this microphone many times being a penny pincher on your behalf. This is not one of those times. This is a very important process. Our community deserves the best process. God, that already go 2 minutes. Okay, so what I will say to wrap it up, Cognia may have scored higher, but they scored higher because they were cheaper. They didn't score higher because they had the best methodology. They didn't score higher because they know our community. The reason I think Franklin and Associates scored higher is because they know our community. They scored higher in methodology. They're expensive, but you know what? They're also here. And those dollars are going to a local firm, they're going to local staff, and they're staying in this community. So that might not be important to some of you, but as a taxpayer, that's really important to me. As a community advocate, as a parent advisory council member, that's very important to me. So these scores, and especially the fact that this wasn't even public until 4 o'clock, y'all. Come on, 4 o'clock today. So I implore you to consider not just the one with the highest score, but the one that might do our community in the best way. And so I'm asking you to consider Franklin and Associates. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. And I've entered into the queue. And Mr. Clements, if you can come forward one more time, please. And I guess I just want to ask, number one, what is usually the backup for a procurement item such as this?
Yeah, traditionally, it's the, I call it the summary master score sheet, which is just the total scores. And then once an award is made, that's when we generally release proposals that were submitted. And that's quite common. I get that from vendors. Once an award is made, they like to see how they score. Sometimes members of the public. It just depends. But historically, it's just been that aggregate score sheet that's been provided. Sometimes I've seen historically some information included, but it's usually around that because everything up to that score sheet has been vetted, reviewed, and as you are aware of the committee meetings we had and the process we went through, that is all done. So, okay. Yes, ma'am.
And so I know that Ms. Jackson mentioned about a 3-day period. Are you familiar with what she's referring to?
Yeah, I did get some emails asking if we could release it, but my response, initially was that we released that after the fact. I don't know if that's exactly a statute, but that's been our process and practice in the district to release once an award is made. Okay. And some of that comes from because while this is still being considered, it is not approved. And if vendors. You always want to just make sure everyone has an equal shot at this process. And if vendors get a hold of that information, I worry, will they use that to try to overturn a decision? I mean, that's just, it doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. And so it's not a matter of withholding it from the public. This is our process to go through a procurement process. And at the end, we will release anything and everything That's a public document. Yes.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you so much. So in that vein, I would just like to say to any of the public that is listening, first of all, thank you to those who participated in the process. From what I understand, we did have, as we had the question and answer period, we did have some local vendors that may not have entered the process before. And so first, we want to applaud them for their participation. But just as was mentioned, we do have a scoring process. That means that there is an aggregate procedure that goes on as far as cost is concerned. And you all, out of the 3 proposals that were brought to us, and you, of course, will be able to see this after this conversation, correct? Okay, that there were 2 vendors that provided a quote of $85,000 versus $32,500. So as we talk about funding, I think that that's something that we have to keep in mind. That does not mean that we have any issue with any of the other vendors. Depending on future engagements and future opportunities, we may very well consider them. But as of this situation, and within the last year or so, and then also these first 4 months, we have definitely talked about how we really need to penny pinch, but at the same time, we have to take care of our business. Then also, we know that Cognia has supported us on many occasions with our accreditation. So that means that they have educational background as well as community engagement background. So once again, thank you to everyone who has participated in that process. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Clements. To very briefly, it's extremely important in a public procurement that we follow the normal policies and procedures that are laid out to ensure fairness of the process, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And do we have, and you drafted the evaluation criteria consistent for this RFQ, consistent with all our normal practices, correct?
Correct.
And we don't normally have in any of the scoring criteria a 10 or 15 point bonus if you are just because you're a local business. Is that correct?
No.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board, we will now entertain a vote on item B1 RFQQ selection for Cognia as our consultant.
Please vote.
Just a point of information as they're doing the vote, what the heck does RFQQ stands for?
I can answer that one. It is a request for quotes and qualifications. It's used when price matters, but is not the most important point.
I thought we were going to add a few letters and a plus sign and everything.
There will be an acronym question test next week. No.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Before we go into announcements of meetings, I would also like to announce that we have had an overwhelming response to our task force surveys, and I would just like to share some data supporting that. That as of the close of the survey on Sunday, April 7th, we have actually collected 463 responses with 238 applicants requesting to serve on a task force. So I am quite ecstatic over the participation of our community. And thank you so much to our technology department and to our communications department who supported that work heavily, as well as we would like to say there have been many who have asked for us to open the portal again. So with that in mind, we have opened the portal for those who would like to continue to complete surveys or possibly turn in their application, and that will close at the close of business on Monday. So if you have not gotten the opportunity to get your application in to serve on a task force, please do so as soon as possible. The announcement of meetings is as follows. The regular meeting to be held on April 25th, 2024 at 5:00 p.m. in the central office boardroom. Board committee meetings, operations, budget and finance, and academics, accountability, curriculum, instruction, and student services, a mouthful, to be held May 9th, 2024, starting at 5:00 p.m. in the central office boardroom, and the oversight committee meeting to be held on May 6th, 2024, at 5 p.m. at the central office boardroom. Some or all board members may attend. Okay, so do we have a unanimous consent for adjournment? Does anyone have an objection to our adjournment? All right, Mr. Gode?
I move we adjourn.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.